Aloha, ladies and gentlemen. Hope this reaches y'all in good spirits. Time to get into it, baby. Movie madness. Been a long time coming for this one. But tonight I'm going to decode what I like to consider a excelente movie. A Los Magnificos movie, piece of theater. Today, or rather tonight, the honor or the presence of me doing this video is owed to none other than $19.99's She's All That. You might say, She's All That? You gonna decode She's All That? Oh yeah. This was an awesome movie right here, man. Awesome movie. It's a team flick. Oh, that's some of the good shit right here. Yeah, I ain't ate yet. Now I ain't want to eat too heavy and get the itis on you niggas. So that's how I do something light while I'm in commission of shooting the damn thing. So yeah, pardon me. Well, She's All That. Now, this movie right here, first and foremost, my introduction to the movie was a spiritual one. A breakthrough, so to speak. Give me peso. Wow. I ain't gonna play with it on this one. But this is a movie I've been wanting to break down for a long time now. Or I've been wanting to do a video on, even before I even started doing videos. I first saw this movie in 2016. First of all, it came out in 1999, which is a key year. All of a sudden, The Matrix came out, and the whole Y2K scare was bumping off, jumping out, and all that. So now, I do think I remember when this movie came out. Thankfully, I can't remember the title, but anyway, 2016, yeah, 2016. We went to the club. Went out partying and shit. And by the time I got back to the house, it was probably about like 5 in the morning, 6 or something. We went out Friday night, so when I came back home, it was Saturday morning. I cut the TV on. Pardon me once again for the eating, but movie night, so I had to bring out the popcorn. What? Like I was saying, it's a Saturday morning, so I cut the TV on, and I just so happened to bump into this, which is the movie She's All That, flipping through the channel and shit. And oh, I ain't bring my hold up. Let me get my hold up. Let me get my ad on. Yeah, getting jiggy fire with it, real jiggy. Should have heated this shit up, but I didn't want to keep y'all waiting like that, so I do it this way. It's all good though. So yeah, She's All That. Well, this movie is, for one, it's a love story, ultimately. An Osirian, that Isis love story. You see the drama. You can see the Osiris and Isis story in it. This movie is about the union of opposites, which you will see as I commence to putting that work in on it. What else? It's a creation story. You have moments in there that or scenes in the movie that I know y'all like to get to it, nigga. Trust me. Let me get my roll out first. I'm a little hungry. Well, there's gonna be certain parts in the movie that I go over that where they having a conversation with you about the creation of the earth. Now, as I always tell y'all, anybody that's familiar with my work, y'all know, I always tell niggas, you have to order to decode these movies and see the story behind the story, the underlying story. They give you the top there, but then the things that occur in the movie, the names, or certain scenes, certain gestures, certain things in the background, and the characters themselves. In this movie in particular, basically you're going to see an interaction between the Isis, Osiris, Set, Neptese, you know, the old classic, Anubis in there. You get a little Hindu shit up in there, Lord of the Dance. What else? This movie also puts the emphasis on art. You can tell the movie comes from a perspective or a standpoint of standing up or being in favor of preserving the liberal arts. What was the major attack? If you saw my video from last year, springtime. Well, this popcorn good as motherfucker. Y'all gotta excuse me. This shit here. Yeah. Uh-oh. What's that shit right here, man? Smiley face Joe. Smiley face Bob or whatever. That's some good shit right there. Straight up caramel and cheese and butter. Got me look up, lips all glossy and shit. But yeah, if you remember when I did a Good Music Matters video, and I broke down that the episode of the Outer Limits where that was starring Sheena Easton, and basically Sheena Easton was a big star in the music world, and this lady kept coming to her every time she looked in the mirror. I was trying to tell her, get your manager, and basically your handlers, all the people around you that's dealing with your music business, they trying to set you up, knock you out. This was the lady in the mirror was telling Sheena Easton. So, cause they told her, she said, they know if you around, they can't do what they really want to do with music, which is basically kill music or whittle it down to a bunch of cookie cutter stuff with basically a bunch of cookie cutter music that all sounds the same or whatever. That's what she was telling us in so many words. It's called Falling Star, Outer Limits, Sheena Easton. Outer Limits is an old show, used to come on like in the 90s. You find it from what? You'll see that this movie, I did that last year. Now, let me take you back to this. 2016, so I come in, and I'll bring us back to this part, but 2016, I sit down, flipping through the channels, Friday, well, we went out Friday night, came in Saturday morning. So, I think I end up on this, somehow, I don't know if it was on when I cut the TV on, or what, but I ended up watching it. I caught it like, at the beginning, but I missed the credits and all that. So, when I went, I was like, what is this? I went at the name, and it said, She's All That. So I looked at the acronym of it, SAT, She's All That. And I was like, this is spiritual right here. Someone told me to watch this. It was SAT, Saturday morning, and this movie was coming on called She's All That. SAT. And so you know it, when I start watching the movie, I start seeing the Saturn symbolism in it. So, I was like, well, I knew it. So I got me. This is a spiritual really a breakthrough for this channel. So when I started watching it, I started to see the Osirian story. Now, let's get into that to bring some of y'all up to speed who may not be up on the Osirian thing. But we all know the deal. Osiris. Well, better put it like this. Osiris. Well, first of all, let's talk about movies. You can't really have a movie without the Osirian drama or the Osirian night. Because when you look at all your genres of movies, you got love stories, you got the redemption story. Because in the story, what happened? Osiris is betrayed, kidnapped, thrown in the water in a chest, and Isis retrieves him. But the casket. I know I'm rushing through it because we got a whole lot of shit to cover. So, I more so would like to break this movie down in a manner where, or speak. Because I'm talking to people that already know the Osirian story, so I won't have to spend too much time on that. But I do understand that there's no telling who may stumble upon this. Or I could say, well, this and this, go watch the movie, and then go look at the Osirian story and I'll compare it and put it together and see the similarities. But I'll go ahead and give you a little run through. So Osiris is invited to a party where Set, which is his evil twin or his dark side brother or whatever you want to call it, Cain, betrays him and locks him in his case, in his box, and throws him out to the ocean, where the trunk that he was locked in, it washes up ashore and a tree grows around it. Isis eventually relocates the body. She retrieves the body. Set ends up getting it again, but this time he dismembers it in the 14, cuts it up into 14 pieces and scatters it abroad. Isis, with the help of Anuga, finds the body. And she finds the body. Reassembles it. And it says, he resurrects. She finds all pieces of his body except for one, which is the penis, which she refashioned and made out of gold. And after she did that, he impregnated her. She resurrected him, he impregnated her, and he rises again to his son via her, who is Heru, the hero, and the hero comes and avenges the death of the father by going to war with Set to redeem the father. So that's that in a nutshell. It gets a little bit more involved than that, but I broke that little part right there down just to give you the basis of or the blueprint that movies are based on. Protagonist, antagonist. Osiris and Heru and the royal family and whatnot would be the protagonists, the heroes or the good guys, as we like to speak, or as we like to say. And you have Set, which is the bad guy, which you know every movie has or most movies, the main thing is there has to be some type of problem. Also, a journey or something that has to be overcome. That's what Set represents. Or there's some character, some bad guy that kidnapped the princess or terrorizing the city or some shit. And the hero comes along. Yeah. So, like I said one more time, pardon me, while I'm grubbing here. So, with this movie in particular, first and foremost, we'll get into the characters. You got Zach, who's the male lead, played by Freddie Prinze Jr. And you got a female lead, which is played by Rachel Cooks, whose character name is Lainey in the movie. So there go your Isis and your Osiris right there. It's a high school flick. It's a it's a coming of age story, and so basically you have Zach and you have Lainey, both from two different branches of the social tree, so to speak. Lainey is what is considered a nerd or a geek or whatever. Or she comes from that, excuse me, put the quotation mark, nerd or geek, because I understand that those are some disparate, it has a disparaging tinge to it. So when I say that, I mean, you know how it is at school. You know, she would be considered one of those not in the cool kid crowd type of chicks, you know what I'm saying? She's an artist, reclusive to herself, don't like to let people in or whatever, pretty much family oriented. She got one friend who, his name is Jesse Jackson. That's key right there. It's a lot of key shit, you know, there's gonna be a whole lot of keys in this motherfucker. Just rock with me. So, oh yeah, one more thing. I ain't fucking up. Hold on. I hope I didn't do what I think I did. I think I did. No, I didn't. Let me see. But anyway, sorry about that. Now, so on the other hand, you got Zach. Now Zach is popular guy, one of the cool kids, so to speak. So you had these two people from two different worlds, so to speak, and basically, them, them two coming together basically represents the union of the masculine and the feminine energy, the yin and the yang, which you'll see symbolism of in this movie later on. So get my notes out now. Another thing this movie about is about too is water as well. Matter of fact, when I like I said, let me get on track now so I can get the red rolling because I've been bullshitting. But like I said, I saw the movie for the first time in 2016, and I was like, man, I'm gonna do a video and break this motherfucker down one day. So time passed, it should have been a minute. I started speaking about a year after that, and I never got around to doing it. So when this spring rolled around, I said, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and go back down there and through there, check it out. It's time to go ahead and put that one up. I've been waiting, and then there's actually two movies. Because that's what actually made the whole thing even more spiritual. Because after She's All That went out, another movie came out, which I'm gonna keep that one under wraps. Because I'm gonna come back and do that one. Like a part two to this one, because them two movies kind of go together. It was like, it was basically really was a breakthrough. Cause like I said, I watched She's All That, and then right after that, this other movie came out. I was like, wow! I started watching that motherfucker. I said, oh yeah. And when I do this video for the other movie, I'll show you the kind of bond between the two different movies, no sequels, nothing like that. But that definitely was a channel the way they came back to back, and you know, so when I finally went, because I had to go get the movie, so when I finally ordered it and I started watching it, it's funny because as soon as I did that, we started getting a whole lot of rain. Plus spring is just a rainy season anyway, but we started getting a whole lot of rain. And right before I got the movie, which was another spiritual synchronicity, before I got the movie and went back and studied it, I got me some shoes, which are these right here. Booyah! Bam! Bad motherfuckers. Matter of fact, let me get up on this so I can see them. I've been wanting them for a minute. I finally went ahead and knocked them off. But now, mind you, I got these on at least what I thought was as a totally isolated incident from the movie. You know, I got these right here, and then after I got them, probably about like a week later, a little bit after, I went ahead and ordered the movie. And when the movie first, like one of the beginning scenes in the movie, one lady waking up her brother for school or whatever, when he opened it, when he opened the door to his room, you're gonna see a tree in the background. So it's like when I got these shoes, I was looking at them. They got the whole botanical vibe going. You know what I'm saying? And so when I went back, I got the shoes first, and when I started watching the movie, you will see once he comes out there and gets cause she had his breakfast waiting for him, and she was knocking on the door trying to get him to wake up. And you gonna see when he opened the door, you gonna see in the background, you gonna see a palm tree in the background. Excuse me, which was as soon as I saw the tree, cause you gotta remember I ain't seen this movie since like 2016, so get a self check real quick before I get into it with y'all. Probably get into the thick of it. But remember I ain't seen this movie since 2016. So I remember it, but some of the details are still fuzzy, like this one right here. So when I got the shoes, and then plus some other shit was going on outside of this, I was thinking, I've been communicating with the trees and as of late, like really on some real just admiring and tuning into the whole tree thing, you know what I'm saying? So it's all this shit went together. When I got these shoes, and then when I got the movie, The Tree, you'll see. Just watch the movie and then you'll see what I'm talking about. But so I'm looking at all this shit come together, and I'm seeing the synchronicities, which this is, I live in the spirit realm, so this is like all the everyday shit like this be happening. It's like I can sit here and go on and on for days, just on all type of just, when you first really start getting the consciousness, they tell you to journey all your journal, all your spiritual moments or whatever. And with me, it got to the point where it's like I still write certain shit down, but I'd be journaling shit all day, cause spiritual shit just be happening all day. It's just like non-stop. I be thinking about some shit, walking and stuff. Oh, there it is. It's just, yeah. But so it started when I watched the movie. We start getting a lot of rain, and like I was telling you that this movie is one of the things that this movie is about is water as well. The feminine is ode to the feminine energy, to both parts too, because we don't want to get into this thing of, although we honor the mother, we honor the feminine energy. We don't want to get into this thing where we put the fucking father on the backside or the masculine energy on the backside, because you need both of them. Don't let nobody ever fool you into thinking you don't. You know what I'm saying? Action itself is masculine energy. You can't do shit without action. Action is action. It's action. It's stimulation. You know what I'm saying? So, but you'll see the ocean energy here, basically the mama water energy. As we proceed to give you what you need, just trying to give y'all a little preview of what to be expecting as I go into this. But you have that element. What else? Yeah, so like I said, it rained. It was raining like, I think it flooded in a few places. Not, I think on the outskirts of the city or something like that. But we started getting a lot of rain or whatever. And some other shit just happened about 2 weeks ago too. But I'll wait till I get to that part and then break it down. But so yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I want to go back to too. Not to get in the habit of staying on point with this shit, so cause I'll be everywhere. That's why I got my notes. But the art thing, yeah. So to go back to that, Laney being the artist. I'm just freestyling right now. I got some linear shit over here. That's why I'm kind of all over the place. I'm just trying to get y'all little previews or whatever. But Laney, she's the artist. And like I was saying about art, there was with the Sheena Easton thing, there is an element of people, powers they be, or whatever you want to call them, the suits or whatever, Agent Smiths or whatever, the people that supposedly run the Matrix or run around or whatever the fuck going on. These people or whatever, is a conspiracy out to stifle artistry, because what you understand about artistry is that thing that's within black people, your soul, your rise. Art is, first and foremost, art is the soul. It's actual I forgot what region it's from, but it's a god called Ort, but it's spelled with an O. It's called O-R-T, and Art, two vowels, same thing, but Ort is the soul, and when you go into I wish I could find what page because I got the book right here, but Secret Teachings of All Ages, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correct, your man P. Hall said that art is the process of learning, or the process of the soul awakening itself or whatnot, which would be probably the ultimate definition of it. Although there are now everybody here doesn't have a soul to actually learn about, but you still have forms of art that like painting, music, sculpting and all that. Shit. Art is life, basically. That's why you hear the phrase, the art of this, the art of that. It's the art of learning. Basically, what he said, what Manny P. House said, so many words, but it was the art of learning or whatnot. Or art is the process of soul learning or whatnot. So you can say it's the process of learning anything, or the how to, or the actual doing of. That's why you hear people say, well, this is the art of making music. It's the art or the process of learning how to make music, or the process of making the music. But while we may think that these liberal arts, whether it be dance, singing, or whatever, comedy, all this shit, you thinking that this is just, regular entertainment, which it is. It's entertaining as well, but at the same time, what these people know is that one of the things that stir up that part of, and not just, I say black people, but they understand that art, period, art has the ability to stimulate and motivate the masses, period. And this stimulation can be, these people can be stimulated and motivated to move in a direction totally opposite of the direction that these people want you to go with. They're trying to mind control you into playing into playing into their agenda in so many words. Classic example, hip hop. Fight the powers that be. Public Enemy and X Clan and these artists. NWA shit, fuck the police. All these expressions of art that in so many words encourage people to stand up and be a resistance to the mind control enforced by we'll just say the system. That'd be a good way to put it. Just what I'm saying, with white folks is all played out, because at the end of the day, all white folks ain't even in on it. Some of them, and then even about race at the end of the day, but shit, some of them getting fucked up right along with niggas. So that's the classic way we used to put it in a nutshell, where well, them white folks doing this, the other white folks doing that again. But in all actuality, this shit is a confederation of motherfuckers. Now, white folks, don't get me wrong, the white, they might be the face of it, and they might be the pumpers or pushers of the uh, white supremacy pseudo white supremacy mind control. But at the end of the day, this shit is more of a confederation. It's just like the whole set type of thing. He had 72 co-conspirators. That's what this shit is about. You just see this shit by the way motherfuckers is selling out nowadays. You see your favorite artist or your favorite this or favorite that, basically serving an agenda that is basically put in place to we'll just say without the best interest of the people in mind. So knowing the difference between or knowing the origin of white people and knowing who they are and what they are and what how they got here, it's always good to know that. So you'll be able to deal with them a little. You'll basically be able to deal with them accordingly, or you'll have a better understanding of who they are. So therefore, it'll help you in your travels when you have to deal with them. You know, not saying you have to be because you're that. You know, I personally deal with people I understand who they are as a collective, but then I do understand that they're all not the same as individuals. Some of them hate your guts, some of them love you to death as a black person, some of them have mixed emotions. You know, you just never know who you're dealing with. So I don't never. That's just like when I say the word cracker. When I say cracker, I'm not talking about regular your white neighbor. I'm talking about those who are in positions to do things that so many words go against black folks in particular. But it's not just us. You know, we're public enemy number one of these motherfuckers, though. Believe that. But this shit it's more about classism than racism. It's all about it's a money, it's a status thing. You know, so if you ain't up there with them, no matter what color you is, they look at you like cannon fodder or some shit. But when you go back, like I was saying about the artistry, that's why when you look at hip hop itself, speaking of which, it's some good ass music out there this summer. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I'm impressed with some of the shit I've been hearing. Yeah, man. I don't want to get too off track because I'm gonna do a 50 year since we in the 50 year anniversary of hip hop. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do something in regards to that. And it won't be all peaches and cream, but it'll be good. But not to go too off track. I'll talk about that in the next one. I wanted to rattle off a few impressive pieces of work I've heard as of late, but I'll probably just hold that. What I will say is SZA and Coyle Ray have thus far have first two classic albums, and I'll probably have to go listen to some more shit that came out, but before I talk, just to be fair about it, but at this point, them two right there, that's what's at the peak right now for me. That SZA shit is just that shit is crazy. That shit had me going crazy. I was like, wow, just every minute of this goddamn album is firewater. And then that caught right. She put that girl done got some in the tuck for you boys. Like you can't. Anybody that was friend, if you say you listen to that shit, like the first one was cool, but I thought I always like when she dropped that first album. I was like, this is cool, but I'm looking at her talent. I'm like, I know she got more than that. Like that wasn't a bad album, but I know she can. I know she. I was like, she's a different. That girl different. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Um, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I'm gonna tell you what I liked about her. I like to see I like to see a growth in the artist. As like I said, she came out with the first one. First one was cool. That sophomore one, out of here through the roof. Um, so if we could just see a constant incline like that in the direction she going, she got potential to be some real great. If you ask me, it's she's a force to be reckoned with, man. But I don't want to get too far into that. But I just want to say that, man. And outside of that, it's a whole lot of. I just named them two albums because I wouldn't actually listen to them. But it's a whole lot of singles and all kind of shit out there. It's some good music out there right now, man. It's good. They got a lot of good shit on the radio. But not to get too far into that, but to go back to the art, like I was saying. But see, they're mindful of art more so than you, cause to us, we just doing this shit. We thinking we just going in the booth and rapping. Some niggas are conscious of what they doing, but the reason why they put effort into stifling the music or stifling the artistry or keeping it cookie cutter is because they don't want somebody to do it. They don't want something cutting edge to come along. See, if they can keep everything cookie cutter, that's safe. But, keep everybody rapping about the same thing or singing about the same thing and this, that, and the third, that's safe. But if somebody comes along with something different and out of the ordinary that'll shake motherfuckers up and at the same time feed them information or sometimes this shit so deep it don't even have to be a motherfucker coming with something different and actually making a conscious effort to give you substance. It could just be something about with the music itself to click something and make something come on in you. And this motherfucker might not even be conscious of nothing, but it might do something that's art. You know what I'm saying? Art is a reflection. Okay, put it like this. Everything started as a thought, right? And then expressed the earth, everything physical started as a spiritual concept, or spiritual at first. In the beginning was the word, and the word became the flesh, right? Just like if you take a picture, you draw a picture, first, if you have sometimes you can freestyle, even that is still coming from, you can look at freestyling as like a subconscious thing. Now, when you go to the pen, when you go to the canvas and you know what you want to paint or you know what you want to draw, that's more so of a conscious thing. You're conscious, you can see, because the subconscious mind would be just wild thoughts. Like your dark side is, which we'll be getting into in a minute. It's like just you have to be the tamer of that. So when you freestyle, and I done painted some shit and just been freestyling, not even trying to go for no shape or nothing, just seeing where this shit take me. And next thing you know, I got a goddamn mural of Pimp C and shit, or a picture of Mike. I'll show y'all that picture of Mike I got. I ain't even try that shit. I don't know what the fuck I did. I just did some shit. Next thing I looked down, and it was Mike. Show it to y'all. Let you see it. Michael Jackson. I mean, I'm speaking of. But anyway, but yeah, so even when you look at I was watching this show about 2 or 3 years ago. Rosie Perez played in. Even in that movie, she was standing up for the I can't remember what the situation was, but I think it was one of them things where she worked. She was I think she worked for the theater art department of a school, and I think it was one of the things where funding was being cut from the arts and funneled more to sports. So she was trying to fight to get more. She was trying to fight to get more income poured into the art side of things, or the theater art side of things. So I think that movie was that sitcom was coming from the same place, standpoint that the people who put this movie together came from. A pro art standpoint, because like I was saying, it ain't just music, it can be anything. Art evokes, ain't no telling what but music, especially because music is powerful, the vibration. So it's like that's why they try to keep this shit mundane, as far as, because even back in the game, and really it's not, it's see, when people be like shit hop or fuck hip hop and woo woo woo, it's not necessarily hip hop you have a problem with. Hip hop is soulful, it is of the soul. You have a problem with the music industry and the way that the music industry packages, and the way that the music, you have a problem with the type of you have a problem with what the music industry does with the art, so when you say hip hop is dead or hip hop ain't shit these days, you shouldn't say that. You should more so say that the mainstream hip hop, because that's what you're basing. When people say hip hop is fucked up and this, that, the third, we basing this shit up on what the mainstream media is feeding to us. Why? Because that's who outside of the origins of it in the Bronx and it blowing up, everybody outside of that element was introduced to, for the most part. Of course, maybe you had a cousin who was from New York and he went to Cali and look, we are doing hip hop back in the 70s and shit. He said, we're spraying graffiti and shit in the trains, and you might have everybody got them down south kinfolk. So before hip hop just really hit the mainstream, you probably had a few niggas went back down south and like, yeah, we up there, we rap, son, and we b-boying and all this shit, and introduced it like that. But for the most part, I'm talking about the general population, we were introduced to this shit by the music industry, which we can say could be considered a necessary evil to a certain degree. Because don't get me wrong, it's a lot of fuck shit go. The more the more and more you start to learn. I went from wanting to have being a teenager, wanting to have a record deal and all that shit, to growing up and get to a point to where I'm at now. Like, I used to look at them niggas like, man, I want to be there one day and do, drop my albums and do my shit and yada yada. And now I be looking at them niggas like, what have you gotten yourself into? Cause that music industry, man, that shit get weird by the day, it seems. But they're more comfortable with artists that they can control, because they know that them artists are not gonna do anything subconsciously or consciously. Well, they can't really control the subconscious, but they know 9 times out of 10 these artists are safe. You can see the trend. You can see how I come from an era where niggas buck the law. We buck the system. These niggas don't buck the system now. Reason being is because I don't want to get too much into it. I'm gonna wait till I do the hip hop shit, man, because I'll be out of date with this alone. So let me get out of it. Before I even get too crazy. I'll be back to the art shit. So many words I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to make it clear to you. I'm trying to explain something that's hard to explain, but it's like, it's one thing to be an artist and say, you know what, I'm gonna write raps about the injustice that black people go through and how we don't have our history and how we need to stand up to whitey. That's one thing. That's a conscious act. But you don't, and even though the suits or the whoever you want to call it, even though they look at that as okay, we still have to watch that and try to control that or keep that suppressed. They not only looking at the obvious shit, they looking for the shit that you might not even know. Cause a lot of shit, it be a lot of shit y'all be doing, artists and shit be doing that really be spiritual shit. And they don't even be knowing. It be the spirit be coming through them. Why? Cause it's the art. A lot of times, deities express themselves through the artistry of other artists. A lot of times, artists that are passed on come through other artists' work to do work, and the artist that's actually that the spirit is coming through or moving through, they don't even know what's going on. People who people that are waking you up, you know, producers that are making music, that interacting with the chakras and shit, calling you to, without you even knowing it, but the vibration of the frequency of the music on, it may be opening you up for something and you don't even know it. So you might just be sitting there listening to a song about shaking ass or some old regular shit, but the music and the way the artistry of it is awakening something in you. Is awakening something in you, but you're not even knowing it. You just think you vibing to a song and it's opening you up. And the artist ain't talking about nothing. He ain't even talking about consciousness or I got feathers in my head and shit. You know what I'm saying? He just talking about some regular shit, but the music is having a conversation with your inner self or your soul. So you might be a dead nigga or I don't know nothing, but this song is priming you up, and you bump into somebody that hits you with some knowledge, and now before that song or before you got that vibe, that song, and it opened you up. If you would have met that person before that, you'd have been like, man, get the fuck out of here. But the whole while, this music was opening you up and you ain't even know. So then when you bump into a nigga like me, and I'd be like, well, hey, man, you know, you like, you know what, let me hear some more of that, man. I don't know what, but something that's making me, something's telling me I need to sit here and listen to what you're saying. And the whole while, this because of the fucking song that opened you up. So that's why they keep that's why they had shit like, make ARs. Tell a motherfucker, well, now we don't want that song. Nah, not that song. And it'd be a song the artist might love this song. They'd be like, nah, we don't want that song on the album. It might be some shit. They'd be like, nah, this song right here, something about it. It's got that jungle butt shaking to it. We better not let them put that one out. Tell them not to put that one out. Tell them to put that bullshit out for the single. And, you know, all kind of games people play, but I wouldn't be surprised if and I'm speculating, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the things they consider when selecting what to let you put out on your album. Which you can't give them too much flack because fast fair, motherfucker put, well, fuck them, but fast fair, if motherfucker putting out that money into you, of course they gotta have some type of, I know I would, if I put some, you know, if I was investing in an artist, I'd try my best not to, they find this, that's that good shit right there, boy. That's that good shit. But let me stop fucking around with y'all. So So in the word, what I'm trying to say, I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the things that they take into consideration when they trying to figure out what they want you to put out and what they don't want you to put out. You know what I'm saying? They feel like you dropping some shit that's gonna rile and wake the people up, or some shit that might even secretly, like I say, it might be some shit. It might not even be no openly conscious and no openly spiritual deep shit. It might just be some the frequency of it, the sound of it might just be some spirit. The artist might be a goddamn idiot and don't even know what he's doing. But these people know us and know our history so much, or they know so much of us that we don't be even knowing, that they can hear some shit and be like, oh no, so you heard what he just said? No, they not put that out. That might trigger some shit. Have these niggas, a million niggas meditating at once and some other shit. You know, just the way you have to think when you're dealing with these people, man, because they know slow leaks. So, it's not a slow leak by far. They might be cavemen and come from out of the caves, and you might be the melanated man. But while your ass been asleep, them motherfuckers been studying all this shit. And learned niggas more than niggas learned they self. You got niggas playing catch up while they in all your shit and got you tricked out of it thinking it's some, well, they pervert this shit, so it is fuck. They do make it look crazy, but the shit, the symbolism and all the shit that they dealing with isn't fucked up within itself. Most of it, yeah. I mean, I don't know, you know, they probably got some more weird shit going on too, but the ancient symbolism, the shit that they stole from us, if you know how to read symbolically, you'll understand that it's our shit and they just playing dress up or whatever. But anyway, so that's one of the reasons why. And like I said, I talk about this. If you want to get more of a clear understanding of what I'm saying, because I'm kind of rambling out. I got a lot I got to go through. But go look at Good Music Matters on this page right here, my YouTube page. You'll see what I'm saying. Basically, what I'm trying to say is they're if they can control the music and keep it all on the same level, they're comfortable. Like I said, especially with hip hop, because hip hop is like the last form of music that come. So it's the apocalyptic music. It came with at the same time as the apocalypse era or whatever, or the end of the era, the end time, so they speak, the end of the age, us going into the golden age. You even have what's called a golden age era in hip hop. So they know that just by us already being, or when this after hip hop was forming, they already was in the know, knowing that we was going into these times that we in now where niggas would start waking up. So, but they didn't stop them from trying to curtail the process. So while we just in the streets bebopping and rapping over niggas beating on the trash can and shit, they looking like, okay, we better keep an eye on these niggas, cause it's about that time, and this might be some of that shit they doing in them Bronx streets might be signed to them times. So we better, oh, you know what, we can't stop it. Well, you know, baby, let's control it and use it. We can use it against them, which they did. But all in all, you could say that they weaponized hip hop against us, but you can't say fuck hip hop itself. Take it back and weaponize it against them. Can't just say fuck hip hop though. We had to get out of that and know how to differentiate some shit. Lazy fucks. So that's pretty much basically what I was trying to say right there. I know that might sound far-fetched to some people, but It's real. It's real in the field. That's why. That's the reason why they took the uh, music programs out of school and shit. You know, that's major. You know, because that was a lot of people's introduction. You know, by you not even giving somebody an opportunity to be introduced to playing an instrument or some form of music in their grade school, that's like taking art class out of see, they wouldn't go that far. That's like taking art class out of school. Motherfuckers be like, what? So you know, you Robin, taking liberal arts out of a school program is basically that could be the difference between the next Beethoven or hold on real quick. Yeah, so that could be the that could be you know, you could be keeping that so many words leaving the arts or the musical program in the school basically could be the or taking out could basically be keeping us from getting the next musical genius or whatever. Because a lot of us are introduced to these instruments and playing music via school or whatever. So and they know this, so that's, you know, they trying to keep. They don't want to see no more princes. A nigga that can play every instrument. They don't, you know, that's dangerous. And then look what the nigga do. Not only did the nigga play all the instruments, he stood up and exposed them, just like Mike did, Michael Jackson, MJ, just like he did. You know what I'm saying? So they seeing all these niggas, they like, we don't need no more of these niggas, cause like I said, music is spiritual. Osiris and Isis, one of the attributes of being patrons of, they are the ones who taught civilization the liberal arts. They taught civilization, or they are the representation. I want you thinking that something where they were a representation of the liberal arts. So many words. We right back at the set. Now we cooking with some grease and warming up. We right back at set and Osiris. If Osiris and Isis represent the liberal arts, and they taught based on so many words in the mythology, the way that they convey that Osiris and Isis are the patrons of the arts. And so many words is hold on real quick. So many words when they tell you that Osiris and Isis are a representation of the liberal arts, what they telling you is Isis and Osiris are the arts. So when they kill the arts, it's them playing the set typhon again. Kill the art, so the art won't inspire these people to go in a direction we don't want them to raise up. We don't want them to be inspired. We don't want them to sing songs. See, that's why songs like I was telling y'all, if you look at the difference between genres, nigga genre, hip hop, rap, R&B, but we'll just say rap because R&B, you know, that's love. But you had your, you know, your ups and downs, trials, tribulations, all that shit too, whatever. But maybe in the 80s, the 90s, or something like that. Maybe the early 2000s. Now you don't get no inspirational songs within the hip hop genre or within nigga culture. You don't get songs like Katy Perry's "Eye of the Tiger," some shit that'll help you make you want to, that inspire you to stand up and get back up and do whatever the fuck you need to do without succumbing to the pressures of your obstacles. Shit like that. We don't have that shit. I told this in the last video. I mean, the Good Music video, Good Music Matters video. If I came through jamming Katy Perry, "Eye of a Tiger," my homeboys would be like, cut this corny shit off. I listen to that type of music personally. I'm a street nigga, so I come from niggas I come up around. They don't want to hear that. I got a few partners that get a little jiggy. They step outside the box, but I'm, you know, songs like Fireworks. You don't get that too many of them type of songs. And even though you do have songs within the nigga culture, you do have songs of inspiration, but you don't have even even our music, the actual sound of our music is limited. Especially now, you listen to these beats that they got coming out now, man, and that's why I like the Coil Ray album. She got some to all that. See, I'm gonna tell you something. These niggas, I'm gonna read that part too. Niggas think I'm bullshitting. These niggas are like little weeks. I don't want to say that. These niggas, a lot of these shit, put it like this. A lot of this shit, you got a lot of niggas jocking my style and trying to run off with what I do and not giving my motherfucking props. And that's the blatant aspect of it. Then you have niggas that don't even know that they're like my kids or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't want to say it like that because the artist, not like I'm trying to son her or son them, but all this shit is a one anyway. But it's a lot of shit that be coming out that I'm gonna give you an example. That song, it's this new guy or some guy named Tusi or some shit. He got a song called "Favorite Song." I'm seeing on this name of the song called "Favorite Song." I wrote that shit not for him. I don't know him, but I wrote a song when I was in jail, which was like 2008, called "Favorite Song." I want you to love me like your favorite song or some shit like that. I can't remember the hook, but it was along them lines, and that was way back in 2007 or some shit. And then all these years later, all of a sudden this nigga come out with a song called, I can see the same shit. This shit always happens to me. I can name other instances that's even crazier, but I ain't gonna go into it right now. But that's just one example of what I'm trying to, what I mean by when I say I got an influence on the music, although I may not be in the game or an actual industry artist, but I can show you shit, niggas doing shit. But the reason I brought all that up was because I'm talking about, which I'm not trying to go at them, but I'm telling the truth when I say this shit. Like how everybody taking them see, I like house music. Pause. I have to say that because a lot of people, first thing you say house music, they think gay. Because it was the gay move, gay era or whatever, or in the early 90s or whatever. Most people, a lot of it was a lot of gay people listen to house music, I guess. So that was the music pumping at a lot of the gay scenes or whatever. A nigga say they had a gay mafia ball. I hadn't heard it all. That was a gay mafia ball. That's crazy. Hey man, these niggas wild, boy. It's 2023 a fool. But look, but now, mind you, this the early 90s. So I'm like 8, 9. All I know is I hear shit on the radio and I like it. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't even you as I grew up, you started to kind of like understand. But I kind of, when I used to watch, I think the videos, you know, them niggas, see some of them house videos, them niggas do be looking kind of, you know, sugar britches and shit. But so many words. What I'm trying to say is, that genre of music didn't come to me with a homosexual sentiment attached to it. Like, it just came to me as music. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, when I hear it now, it's kind of like a slight form of time travel. It takes me back when I hear certain house. Now I don't know. I just know the popular shit really. Now as far as digging into the crates, but I know all the shit that was coming on the radio. But what I was saying about me being spiritually connected, it's a lot of shit I be doing that I don't even get to put the shit out of expressing myself, but other motherfuckers start doing it. Like this whole, everybody be making these house songs. That's me. I was doing that shit in 2016 when nobody was even thinking about trying to incorporate house music into rapping, taking house samples and cutting them up and remaking them into ill ass hip hop songs. You know what I'm saying? Now I've been hearing about people doing it. Few artists, I don't remember. I think Beyonce. I know for sure Koi did it, and she did one pump. Make My Day. That was one of the most standout. That's one of the most standout house songs when it comes to memorabilia, because when I was young, I used to be like, when she said get your on the song, she said get your booty on the floor tonight. But I used to always be like, I didn't know what I used to think she was saying getting booty on the floor tonight. So, make my day. So I remember that shit from, being a kid and shit, man. I always liked that little jam. Like I say, I like the house joints, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gay, but it's good music, you know what I'm saying? The music ain't gay. Now, when a nigga talking about some gay shit on the song, that's when I cringe just to hear a nigga talking about kissing another man some shot. So I'll have to pass through that, you know what I'm saying? Just like the Corner, I say Corner, that Corner Ray album, I like what she did. I love what she did with that goddamn that song, and she got the one with Saucy Santana, and that motherfucker can rap. I give him his props, but I have to fast forward it because I can't. There ain't no disrespect. Hey, each his own. What you prefer. I ain't no hater, so I give him niggas props. I don't know if he write his shit or not. He might be gay, but the motherfucker can rap. Probably got somebody write this shit. I don't know. Maybe he can rap. I mean, you know what they say, gay people don't know how to rap. But and I'm there till you start talking about. Cause like I said, I don't like you rap. You gay, you can rap. I'ma listen. I got something. I ain't gonna lie. You might, but once you start talking about doing a 2-step with another nigga, I gotta pass. It ain't. Don't take it personal. I just gay people, but it's just something. I still remember the first time I seen two gay dudes kiss on MTV. I was flipping the channels back when I was in, I think, my senior year. I'm flipping the channels, and then when I flipped, I hit one channel, them seeing that shit, it just fucked me up. And that's when I realized I never seen that. That was the first. I was about like 18 or something. That was the first time. You know, now I guess that's some, especially compared to how it is now. That shit is far-fetched, but I had never. That's when I realized, hey, man, you know what? It fucked me up. I said, oh no, and I say to each his own. I'm just telling you how it hit me. Being honest, when I seen that shit, I was like, oh, hurry up and change. It fucked me up. But to each his own, man. But I like the way she did that. That's what I was trying to say when I'm not trying to step. Since I'm using her as an example, I'm not trying to belittle her or whatever. Be like, oh, you just might. Or these artists who end up doing things that I was already thinking of, but I didn't, but hadn't told anybody. I guess that's that quantum connection or something, you know. Cause I got a whole lot of stories like that. Niggas done said rhymes I done said before I even, I done wrote rhymes, and then 5 years later, a nigga come out with a new album, he done said the same shit or something hella close, and, that's the thing with this whole, the house thing, whatever. Like I said, 2016, I was fucking around with some shit. I had some at my kinfolk no, excuse me. Oh yeah, end of 2016, in 2017, I was fucking with that. I was already on that. That's why when I seen they was talking about Beyonce came out with a whole album with the whole house shit, I said, oh yeah, that's probably that shit I did 2016, making a wave, a undercurrent wave. I can go on for days with that shit. Not with her in particular, just the whole concept or the whole thing of niggas doing shit that I thought about years ago. But let me get into the movie, cause I know y'all like, this nigga been rattling on for the last hour or some shit. He ain't even talking about the movie yet. Well, I'm talking about it, but going off subject a little bit. But yeah, so anyway, so many words, long story short, the art. That's why they trying to control the art and suppress it, and especially when it comes to music, because like I said, music gets the vibration, music gets you going. That last song on Correlation, Black Rose, that's the type of shit they scared of saying, because I ain't gonna lie, boy, I hear that shit, I have to calm myself down. I'd be ready to get up, burn a church or some shit. Some shit. They ain't gonna lie, that shit thinking me fired up. Think I was outside smoking, listening to that shit. I don't even know what she's saying in the hook. Jump on my ski mask. What is popping? Get the pistols. She a nigga ready to get up and go kick some dogs in and shit. That's the type of shit. Cause that's the matter of fact, that's the perfect example of, like I said, we in some new times. Now you might. Shit, music, these folks they gotta get out the way. They gotta let niggas do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? They time is up. They hanging on by a string as far as when it comes to control. You can't control, especially now. You might can control the mainstream and all that shit, but you got niggas on the underground, and it's easy to make your own music. Got more people making their own music, and it's like you can't stop this shit. It's prophecy. So just like the return of your kid, the return of me, we got some theme music with this shit. Keep them whack niggas away from me. the bullshit niggas. Y'all niggas. I ain't even going to that, man. Yeah, too sad for a little day. But I had to say that though, because I see a lot of niggas be biting my shit, man. And the worst part about it is, you know, you niggas take my shit back. You know, you see what I do on social media or whatever, and you got the nerve to go and take my shit and run with it on your little albums and push it out. And even like, we can take it out. We ain't got to just make it about me. We take it to the city. That's like the act bad shit. That's H-Town slang. And the story is so deep with this bullshit. Well, deep with. They like, well, Diddy stole it from some girl from Maryland or wherever the girl from. I'm like, well, yeah, but she had to get it from us though. I ain't never. That's our slang. We been y'all. You know, everybody ain't bad. No, we been saying that's. Go listen to some screw tapes. Come to the city, and listen to some old shit. You know what I'm saying? You gonna hear niggas act. Some niggas got albums called Acting Bad. That was our shit, nigga. Them boy putting it back in bad, man. He said boy slid through. You know what I'm saying? Trump, pop, neon showing on them boys in the block acting bad. Put up with a bullet. Yeah. Hey, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Niggas been saying that shit. But see, H-Town, they always want to take a little shit from us and try to flip it, you know, because we niggas shooting out, we got some stars coming out now. But, you know, since we're not considered a hotbed for hip-hop, you know, niggas can take a little shit from us and then go over here and you be thinking that, oh, that's really some, you know, it really be some H-Town shit, but now they took some underground Houston shit and brought it to mainstream media, and now you thinking Diddy is the fucking, he's the act bad guy. It's like, nah, he got that shit from us. We the fucking bad actors. So, let me stop rambling on that bullshit, man. Get to the thick of this. So, art, yeah. So that's basically what I was saying so much about art. In a nutshell, they try to suppress the art to keep something that has the potential, or something that has the potential to wake the people up, in so many words. I went the long route with you, but that's the short of it, man. And like I say, man, shout out to Shorty Rock, man, Coily Ray, man. Shout out to Coily Ray, man. That album, cause I've been watching her. Like when I said, cause when I first heard her, I was like, man, this girl here, she different. Something unique about her. I don't know what it is, but it's something different. And then she got the whole underdog story and shit, you know, the haters and shit. Well, if I could give her some advice, I would tell her, don't let that. You have to that part of your narrative has to have an expiration. Sometimes we have to stop. Cause I be seeing her and Lizzo with the it's the opposite. That's the perfect example of these two. They body shame Lizzo, and then for being too big, and then you got people that body shame Coy, saying she's too slim. Two sexy individuals. Big sexy, slim sexy. You know? So you have to, you don't want that to be, now, we could take lemon and make lemonade. Okay, that initially you came in, these two people came in with those issues, and they answered back to those that was attacking them online. Okay, we are, and it's cool. And I'm not saying every now and then, I'm not saying it's something wrong with every now and then. If you see something that make you want to get up and say, hey man, yeah, I am slim. Fuck you, or I'm a big girl. Fuck you. Yeah, but you don't want to get caught up in there and be all on line crying. Man, look, them people, I'm going to tell you something. And this for all y'all motherfuckers. you have to understand this world is made up of like 85% maniacs. So when you look in that comment section, you're gonna see the maniacs gonna be there. You can't let that shit can't let that shit get to you, man. Because you got 9 out of 10 motherfucker get on there talking that shit is an asshole. And you'll find yourself sitting there getting all riled up over the opinions of motherfuckers who don't even really matter. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you don't have a right to, and I'm not saying that it could happen to anybody. We all have a point to where we be like, fuck that shit. You know, you get tired of taking a high road. So, you know what, kiss my motherfucking ass or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? You stand up or whatever. But when I say make lemonade out of lemonade, I mean make lemonade out of lemon, what I'm saying is that part of the narrative should now be like, fuck them, cut them off. Fuck all that going back and forth, because all you doing is just blowing them up. But now if you somewhere, say in an interview or something, and somebody bring it up, but they bring it up in a manner where they want you to explain it and help somebody else that may be going through the same thing, and give them some tips on how to overcome that. Next, whether you be Coy Slim or you Lizzo Heavy, whichever one, that's the lemon, right? That's the lemonade right there. Like where you be able to take your story and help others. But that's as far as it should go. After a while, yeah, you had your little back and forth. Hi, bitch, fuck you. I love my body. Woo. But after a minute, that shit shouldn't be making headlines with you. Oh, they're body shaming Lizzo again. You don't even want that shit a part of your narrative no more. Like I say, the only time that shit should really come up is when you in commission of trying to help other girls or deal with whatever they dealing with. But as far as just talking about them motherfuckers, going back and forth and letting them make you cry and shit, fuck them people, man. Cause like I said, ain't but a bunch of fucking maniacs. You know what I'm saying? You have some people that might be on the, and I just talk about weight either. Just at this point, I'm just me. At this point, I mean just in general, whether it be your music or whatever. You got some motherfuckers that might get on there and don't mean no harm, but just be giving you constructive criticism in regards to certain things. But you know the difference. You know when these motherfuckers assholes. Motherfuckers just out of the blue get on your post and, hey, you look like this and whatever the fuck these. I don't even be reading that shit. Like every night I go through the comments just to see how people are reacting to certain things. But them people, a lot of them people are. Then you got your bots and shit too. But hell, even the niggas that ain't bots are bots. The motherfuckers that are actually getting on there, actual humans that's getting on there typing stupid shit, just try to hurt somebody's feelings or whatever the fuck. You know, you take 5 minutes out of your day to get on here and try to say some shit that'll hurt somebody's feelings or fuck their day up, just for the fuck of it. You're a real idiot. You're a special type of loser. You know, now I've talked my shit. I've gotten in the comment section to talk shit too, but when I talk shit, I ain't just going on there to talk shit about somebody's parents. Or I'm gonna talk, motherfucker play with me the wrong way or say some stupid shit. I'll check them. But, you know, as far as getting on, oh, you this and how you that, and but so many words. What I'm trying to say is, man, Lizzo shit, I ain't heard her whole album yet, but I think that shit came out like last year or something. But boy, this song right here, but she got some banging shit too. Her and SZA, that's special. But yeah, man, don't let that shit distract you from the music. Fuck them people. You know, all you gotta do is keep proving it wrong. Like right now, you look at Shawty, you look at Baby Girl, she got an album. I don't know how many albums it sold. You could look at me and say that album sold 10K, but you can't look at me and tell me that album ain't bomb without being a fucking hater. And maybe your opinion is different than mine. You got a different taste in music. That's one thing. But you can't listen. You can't tell me that's a bad album. It might not. It's classic to me, But you might hear it and you might beg to differ, but you can't tell me that's a bad album. You can't tell me the bars ain't there. You can't tell me the music ain't there. And I'm saying this about her because she be having a lot of goddamn naysayers or whatever. But that shit starting to fizzle out though. It's getting to the point where you can't. Then she bad. I don't know who these niggas be online. Any man I get online and trying to shame her. You be more of a man trying to take a shot as opposed to I don't know. You niggas probably like men. Because at the end of the day, beautiful, sexy women come in all shapes, sizes, and shades, my nigga. So, everybody don't have to be thick, super thick. You know what I'm saying? You could be slim and still be sexy. Slim and trim like a bicycle rim, you know what I mean? But, or you can have some fluff on you like Big Lizzie and still be sexy. You know what I'm saying? Big girls need love too. That's what we always say. But, yeah. I just wanted to have a talk about it. I'm going to get deep into the music shit when I get into the hip-hop, 50 years of hip-hop thing. I could say fuck that shit, but I ain't gonna do that. It's the 50. Just by being 50, I think I need to go ahead and this might be a fitting time to get into some things. So yeah. Let me get to the movie, man. I don't want to talk y'all head off. Damn, it's been 2 hours already, so I hope y'all roll with me, man. Like I said, I know I'm kind of rambling. One more thing I want to say is, I told y'all the movie's about water too, and you'll see that. So you got love, art, and water. Now, let's get into it, and everything else should unfold out of that. Alright, now, let's get back to the characters. You got Zach and you got Lainey. Lainey, she's a recluse or an introvert. She don't really, she got one, like I said in the movie, when you get the movie, she got a family at home, and she got one homeboy. She got one friend, which is a homeboy. That's the whole tomboy thing. When you look at her, when you look at Lainey, who's a woman or a young lady, but she could be considered a tomboy. Now, let's look at the word tomboy. Tom is another word for twin. Jesus had a twin named Thomas Didymus, right? Or Thomas. So you hear the phrase tomboy, it's a girl who's in tune with her tom or her twin boy or her twin masculine side. Not necessarily gay, because you have tomboys or women who grow up or born with who are born more in tune with the masculine side than the average woman. That's why they call tomboys. But all tomboys are not necessarily gay. So a lot of them do end up growing up to be studs or whatnot, or some of them do, but that's not always the case. You have some girls that are strictly dicky, so to speak, but they still have that tomboy element. They still They'll put on some girly stuff, and sometimes you might see them with a bandana on and some baggy sweats and some shit like that. So we dealing with ladies. That's what she is. She's a tomboy. You don't see much of it in the movie, but I know that type. I know her type. So she has one friend, Jessie Jackson. Now Jessie is her Anubis, or but you say her Anubis or her Scorpio or Scorpion, because when Isis retrieves the body of Osiris, she's assisted by scorpions or Anubis, who helps her as the hound dog or the dog. She used the dog to help track them in. Now, just like when motherfuckers go out into or just like when they used to, goddamn plantation masters used to be looking for runaway slaves, they just go out there with a dog to smell a scent. They're trying to get a scent off a nigga. So she used Anubis because Anubis represented the scent or the being able to track down all the different elements of her at that time dismembered man. So that's what Jessie Jackson, her funny name, represents, or in this movie. So like I said, she's reserved, she's reclusive, introvert. She represents the hidden light, which you're gonna see gradually. You'll hear in studies, you'll hear that the dark Isis has to become the white Isis. That's talking about not the white woman or the white or black woman turning into a white woman, which that kind of happened. Well, white people were broken. Niggas was broken down all the way down into white people. So what we now consider white people came from the DNA of the black woman. So, so you could see, you could look at it as that. But when they say the white ice, they're not talking about a race. They're talking about that darkness with the darkness that has the light dwelling within it, or that has the light hidden within it. When that light radiates, or when that light permeates the circumference, when it travels from the center and permeates the circumference, it illuminates the, think of a ball of melanin, just a dark ball with a center of light in the center of it. But the center of light is, but the light is at the center. So when you look at the ball from the outside, you don't see the light. You just see darkness. You might see a bluish type glow on the outer layer of the ball, but you can't really see the light. That's why when you see shit as blue black, that's what that alludes to. So, but imagine if that point of light in the center started to expand and permeate throughout the whole ball, you would see that light go from that cluster of melanin, or that dark ball, go from black and illuminate to white or gold, because the light is being brought from out of it. So when they say that the dark isis has become the light isis, that's what they mean. Or it means it also means the creation of the moon, because at first it was just darkness, a dot in the middle that was dark with a little center of light in it, and then at the bottom of that it was all light. Go look at my what you want to do anyway, because a lot of I might do a part 2 to this, or what I might do is when I do that other video for that other movie I was speaking on, I might come back to this one, and that time out. Matter of fact, I think that's what I'm gonna do, because I think on the next movie I want to go ahead and bring the pictures out and use the What I'm saying this word right, a diagram. The diagram, the actual visuals, and show you how certain parts in the movie, or show you what parts in the movie correspond to what parts, and the whole will show you how certain parts of the movie correlate to certain points of the creation of the universe. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll start when I do the other one, because which is fitting, because like I said, She's All That came on, and then right after that, another movie that came on that had a common bond with it. So I was like, okay, this was spiritual right here. So I'll do the videos sort of like that, kind of blend them together. And then I think I can also go back and expand on a few more points that I've been speaking on over the last 2 hours. So it'll be like a little review of this video, a little quick hour or two review over this video. Then I go on into the next movie when I do the next on the next video. So so yeah, her so the hidden light is represented. Well, Lainey is symbolic of the hidden light, because her attitude towards socializing would be considered symbolic of the hidden light, hiding herself or keeping walls up, or keeping herself guarded from the outside world, and only dealing with familiar characters like i.e. Jesse Jackson, or her father and her brother. You know what I'm saying? Her father and her brother. So just a little preview of that. I'm gonna go more into detail on the light coming out of the darkness when we get into the movie. So I don't spend too much time fucking off in this part, but that's her. She's like a recluse or whatnot. She's the hidden light. She hides herself. She even says in the movie, "I shut people out." So what? She wears glasses. Now she's the girl with the glasses. Now, I always been into them type of girls that look like ladies. Now, mind you, these are white characters in the movie, but the roles they are playing are representative of African mythology, or the story of, or I would just say the story of black people, colored people, melanated folk. And they did a damn good job in this movie. Especially your man, Freddie Prinze. He played this role. He played that role real good, man. And I'll emphasize on that later on. But so let me get down to it. All right. So that's Lainey in a nutshell. She's what they call a nerd or whatever. I don't want to be not trying to be sensitive to when dealing with these type of things. I don't want people. I understand what terminology is referring to, but now I know that can be that word can be perceived as disparaging. So that's why I do the quotation marks or whatnot. But that's what she's considered, like, or whatever. Now, Zach, on the other hand, he's the student body president. He's the popular kid at the school. He's with the cool kids. It's like the leader of the cool kids, so to speak. Now, they dealt with his character uniquely. I like the way they did his character or whatever, because he's the cool kid. He's one of the popular kids, but he's not the one. He's not the type of cool or popular kid that goes around who looks down on other people or whatever. You could tell by the way he act just by the way the movie started off, that he doesn't have his nose in the air, so to speak. Or he's not, even though he may come from a certain class of people, he doesn't have a bougie type attitude. So, for example, when the movie first started out, he walked through the hallway, and then he see a picture of himself on the wall. So they show him looking at the picture, and then on the picture he's smiling. When he turned away from the picture, turned his face towards the camera, he got that same smile on his face, but it's not a conceited smile or something like that. It's like a I love myself, or I'm proud of myself type of smile. And he's swaggering through the hallway, and to show you that he's a good cat, or he's not he's accessible. He's not too hot to try, or too good to communicate with people. When he's walking through the hall, he sees this girl, and he was like, "Hey, Connie," and she was with her homegirl. So she turned her homegirl, was like, "Oh, girl, he spoke to me," and she was like, "That ain't even your name." She was like, "So?" But what that was showing was, I'm not too good to speak to quote unquote regular people, or people that may not be as cool as me, or in the same social stratus that I'm in. So so he's walking through the hallway. Now enter Taylor. Excuse me. Now Taylor is his girl / ex-girl. Hold on one second. I gotta use the restroom for this. Alright, damn it. Now let's really dance. So, Taylor. Now, when the movie starts off with Taylor breaking up with your man Zach. And this breakup is a catalyst to him going and finding his soulmate or his significant other. Mind you, this is a journey of the awakening of the soul. So, now this out the way. All right, now let's get busy, niggas. So, now, when you look at Taylor, now Taylor is like a Lilith type figure. I'm not sure y'all how many of y'all are familiar with Lilith, but she's like a well, story has it she was the wife of Adam before Eve, but she didn't want to let if I'm not mistaken, she didn't want to let she didn't want Adam to basically lead her, or so many words. So she ended up leaving him, and he married Eve. That's so many words. That's nothing but the Isis and Neptune story. Eve would be Isis, and Neptune would be Lilith. Because when you go to the Osirian drama, that's a part of it. Regular nigga shit. Neptune is trying to fuck or fucks Isis man, or tries to seduce him. That would be, so Osiris has Set or Heru. Osiris and Heru, which are one of the same. They're or we could say the subconscious, or the dark part of the male is represented by Set. Now, ultimately, the man is masculine energy. The light is a symbol of masculine energy, and the darkness is the light is the ultimate symbol of masculine energy, and darkness is the ultimate representation of feminine energy. But you have a dark version, you have a male version of the darkness as well, just like you have a female version of the darkness as well. Just like you have Isis would be considered, or we can put it like this. Isis would be considered that's why they say she had to become the white Isis in so many words. They say she has to transform, really. She has to go from being Lilith or being Neptune or being a predominantly feminine being, or femininity with a light hidden within it. That the unnoticed light within the darkness with the unnoticed light within it would be the dark Isis, i.e. Neptunes. I'm gonna read something in just a minute. Let me see something. Y'all
give an example of what Isis is. Because ultimately Osiris and Isis are, Osiris would be the ultimate male or masculine deity, and all the other male deities would be different aspects of him. That's why he's the Lord of transformation. He can transform into all of these different. You can look at all these different gods and deities as different versions of him, or him transforming from Ptah to Anubis. All these are just different aspects. Just like this movie, all these characters are different aspects of the psychology. I.e., what I'm breaking down right now, because that's all Isis, Osiris, Heru, Set, Neptune. These are all symbolic representations of different parts of your psychology. I'm gonna go into this real quick. This is coming out of Ancient Egypt. Like, I read that book so many times. Bad motherfucker though. This is Secret Teachings of All Ages. Man and P. Hall. Chapter called Isis, the Virgin of the World. And then he's citing the book. He's making a reference to a book by a guy named Apuleius, who wrote a book called The Golden Ass. The 11th, it says Apuleius in the 11th book of The Golden Ass ascribes to the goddess the following statement concerning her powers and attributes. Behold, I, moved by thy prayers, am present with thee. I who am nature, the parent of things, the queen of all the elements, the primordial progeny of ages, the supreme of divinities, the sovereign of the spirits of the dead, the first of the celestials, in the uniform resemblance of gods, and goddesses. So when she said that part, it said in the uniform resemblance of gods and goddesses, the one form, resemblance of gods and goddesses. So she's saying that she's the one form, where basically she's trying to say all the gods and goddesses are so many words of one, through the uniform. Let me try to break it down the best way I can. In the uniform resemblance of the gods and goddesses. So in so many words, she's trying to say she resembles all the gods and goddesses because she is all the gods and goddesses. So just like I was saying about Isis and Neptune, we take them and break them down and deal with them in separate factions or separate factors in order to tell a story or to teach or to convey a message. But overall, they're one and the same. They're just different versions. Isis will be in relation to Neptune, Isis will be the light sister, Neptune will be the dark sister. Osiris will be the light man or the light father. Set will be the dark father, or the dark side of the masculine energy or whatever. Or the dark, or the conflict, or the chaos, separation. These are the things that Set represents. Osiris represents a wholeness, a oneness. Hence, his wife resembling taking out, reversing the dirty work of Set, which was departing or breaking apart Osiris, and by being Osiris' wife, who's a representation of the oneness, puts him back into one piece like Humpty Dumpty. So, as you can see, the dark side represents the separation. That's what the 14 body parts of Osiris being broke apart, or broken, Osiris' body being broken in 14 parts, that's what that represents. You coming into a physical world where you have to shift through the illusion of separation and live in one of your missions is to exist in a world of separation, but understand that separation is just an illusion, and that everything is made one through an underlying spiritual current. So that's why they always say, be one with yourself, be one. We're one love, and the one is talking about a quantum love, a quantum understanding of everything being one, knowing that we all come from the same energy. Now, what some of us may have degenerated to, and what some of us may have we all degenerated, because you have to degenerate in order to regenerate and rise back up to a higher level. That's the whole purpose behind Osiris having to go through what he went through, is for him to come out better on the other side or whatnot. Just like with this movie. But let me get back to this right here. So she said she's a uniform resemblance of gods and goddesses. So many words, they're saying I am all the gods and goddesses in one form. When you see me, you see all of them. When you see Osiris, you see all of them, because he can transform, and he's the Lord of transformation or whatever. Set, his zoo type, or the animal that the Egyptians used to represent him, was a pig, or not. It was the pig. Well, it's the pig and the donkey, or the ass, and the ass is the representation of the reason they use the ass, because Set is a symbol of fixation. Osiris is fluent like water and transformed. That's why he's the Lord of transformation. But Set is the opposite. He's fixed, so he's stuck in his ways, or he's fixed. You know what I'm saying? Stiff. So that's why they use the donkey to represent him, or the ass, the stubborn donkey, because they're trying to show you that the part of your psychology, that one of the parts of your psychology that Set represents, is the laziness, or the stiff, or the part of you that can be stubborn at times. You know what I'm saying? Or just a stubborn motherfucker. Some of us are just, some people are just stubborn, period. And then you got some of us who are not generally stubborn, but can be stubborn about certain things. There's certain shit you can come tell me, John, I need you to do this. And I might fight you tooth and nail to it. Even if I end up going along with it, but about the fight you tooth and nail shit would be the stubbornness or whatever. So let me see. She said, I, who rule by my nod, the luminous summits of the heavens, the salubrious breezes of the sea, and the deplorable silences of the realms beneath, in whose one divinity the whole orb of the earth venerates under manifold form. Go back to what I was just telling you. She says she's the one divinity that the whole orb of the earth respects or venerates under manifold, which means many different forms. She's telling you right there. So by different rights and varieties of appellations. Hence, the primogenial Phrygians call me Pisonautica, the mother of the gods. The Attic Aborigines call her Kekropia Minerva. The floating Cyprians, Paphian Venus. They call her Paphian Venus. The arrow-bearing Cretans call her Diana Dictina. The three-tongued Sicilians, Stygian Prospering. They call her Stygian Prospering. And the Eleusinians, the ancient goddess Ceres. Some also call me Juno, That's the moon right there. That's the moon version of it. That's the white Isis, Juno. Juno is the a moon goddess. And the Eleusinians, the ancient goddess, okay, Ceres. Some also call me Juno, others Bellona, others Hecate, the frog-headed goddess, and others Rhamnusia. And those who are illuminated by the incipient rays of that divinity, the sun, when he rises, the Ethiopians, the Aries, and the Egyptians skilled in ancient learning, worshiping me by ceremonies perfectly appropriate, call me by my true name, Queen Isis. The Plungian believes that the Egyptian myth of Isis had a historical basis among the Mayas of Central America, where this goddess is known as Queen Mu. And Prince Court, the same author, in Prince Court, the same author finds a correspondence to Osiris. So Prince Court is another version of Osiris. That was being venerated over here in America. Correspondence to Osiris, the brother husband of Isis. Yeah. But I read all that just to show you that, just to add a little substantiation to what I was saying about Isis represent all the deities in one, because that's what Osiris. I mean, that's what Zach and Laney are. They're gonna represent you gonna see Osiris as the you're gonna see Osiris the Osirian template predominate that, but you're gonna also see attributes of the other deities as well as Set within his character. That's one other thing I like about this movie. It shows you they all take on different roles. So even though overall Zach is the protagonist or the quote unquote good guy, you'll still see Set Typhon. You'll still see Set attributes within him, because all this shit is one. It's just that you want to be predominated by the Heru energy or the Osirian energy, and put Set in the back, i.e. Satan get behind me. You're gonna even see at the end of the movie when they at the dance, when they're gonna be dancing, you think I'm bullshitting. Just like I say, if anybody they seeing this shit at this point, I don't know what's wrong with them, but let's just say you have made this far in the video. You like, man, I seen that movie before. He's talking a bunch of bullshit. Go back to the dance scene at the end, and you gonna see them dancing, and you gonna see one scene where Laney and Taylor bumping each other. Laney is walking backwards. Taylor's walking backwards. And they bump into each other. Laney representing Heru. When you go back in the ancient East, you'll see the whole concept of where the whole phrase "Satan get behind me" comes from the ancient depiction of where you get the whole God on one shoulder, devil on one shoulder, which is Heru and Set. Heru facing one way. The Gemini twins, they heads together. You'll see a picture of a man body, and it'll have the hawk face, which is Horus, facing one way, and then at the back of the head, you'll see the ass come out the back, facing the back, which is Set, or quote unquote the devil. Satan get behind me. Set on. Set on is actually God. Basically, that depiction is set on, because on is light, set is the darkness. So when they say set on, they're basically saying that the hidden light darkness set on, set being the darkness, on being the light. When you hit the switch on your light switch and it comes on, what happened? Light spreads throughout, or light illuminates the room. So, but they show you that in the movie when Taylor, while they dancing, they bump into each other back to back, and they end up back to back. Taylor being the set energy, Laney representing the Heru energy, or the Isis energy, and Taylor being the Neptune, which is the counterpart of Set. Neptune is the husband, means the wife of Set. Isis is the wife of Osiris. Anubis is the son, or the child of that Isis. That Neptune and Set had. Heru is the child of Isis and Osiris. You'll see that actually in the movie. So I read that passage just to show y'all that overall Laney would be, because you're gonna see different transformations of her. But overall, she's Isis. She would represent the mother energy, or the daughter energy in so many words. Because her mother passed, so her mother is in the aiming realm or the hidden realm. Her mother would be like the darkness of space, the great mother or whatever. Since her mother had already made a transition and she was hidden, she would be the darkness. Even though Laney is the darkness too, but Laney would be more so of the earth. So before it was a physical earth, you had the darkness. Remember they said the world was the earth was void and dark, or whatever, or the universe was dark. The light was always there. It was just hidden behind the darkness. So the darkness was like a curtain. So, a lot of times you hear people say, well, the woman was first because the oldest representation of God was the darkness and the woman. But it's like, no, the man, the light or the masculine energy was always hidden in the light. In the darkness or whatever. That's the whole point. That's the point they're trying to tell you. You got to bring the fucking man or the masculinity out of the darkness, the light out of the darkness, or you have to illuminate the light within the darkness or whatever. So once you turn the light on within the darkness, it's gonna radiate through the darkness and reflect out of whatever its vessel is or whatever. That's why niggas shine. Why you get a nice haircut, get right and shit, spiff up, hit that sun, you're gonna shine, illuminate, and glow. That's So on one hand, you have Laney as the earth, which is the mother would be the darkness, and then out of that darkness the earth came. So the earth would be the daughter of the darkness. The earth would be the darkness as well too, because physical reality is symbolic of the darkness. Spiritual reality would be a supernatural, or whatever you want to call it. A cult exists. It's not cult like a group, a cult. Hidden knowledge, hidden would be occult light, or hidden light would be the spiritual light that's hidden in the darkness, but then makes itself manifest. It comes out of hiding by making itself manifest via the physical woman representation, i.e. feminine energy, or the woman. Just like you impregnate a woman, and then the baby grows inside of it, and eventually it manifests, or i.e. comes out of her womb, and it goes from being hidden within the mother, and that hidden light is drawn out when it's pushed out by the mother or whatever. Then it'll make more sense the deeper we go. So let's get into it. All right. That's a lot of shit we gotta go through. Wow. Heck, that's a lot of fucking notes, boy. Alright, let's get to it. Okay, so, alright, the movie starts off. Now to let you know that this is I ain't fucking around when I tell you that this movie is about that basically this movie is about becoming a god or a god coming into this physical world. That's another thing this movie is about too. It's about the bringing the inner light out, and it's about what you'll see really mainly through Lainey's character is the story of the soul coming into the physical reality. And I'll touch more on that a little later. But this is a story about gods and goddesses. When the credits first start rolling, you hear the song playing, and in the song, the dude is saying, "You walk this earth like you're a god." And while that song is playing, they're showing Lainey, she's painting and like pasting like news articles on a board or whatever. And one of the news articles said riot in Mogadoo or Mogadooly or something like that. Riot in Morgan or Mogad or something like that. Some of that nature. And, excuse me. So she's painting, and the credits was rolling, and then they show a picture of a little African boy holding what may be his little brother or something. He's holding another little African kid in his hand. And they did that was a head nod, niggas. So many words. That was a head nod. That was them, in so many words, telling you this is a nigga story. We're gonna play it out. You got black people in the movie too, but although it's playing out, you got white people playing the main characters. They still at least had enough respect to make and this is just one example of it, make a head nod towards the black man and the black woman by putting that that scene in when the credits was coming on, putting that because it was just kind of like random. You'll see it when you go watch the movie, but that was a head nod or them nodding their head to niggas, like, you know, so many words, kind of paying respect to the architects of this shit. So she's still growing or whatever, and the credits is rolling or whatever. And like I say, he's like, you walk this earth like you're a god, blah blah blah. Now, she's starting off. Lainey's she's banging at the door she had a little brother room door, trying to wake him up for school. She trying to wake him up for school, and he sleep because he wear a hearing aid too. So she trying to get him up, banging on the door. She's like, her brother name is Simon, another key figure. He's gonna play the Horus figure or the Heru figure later on in the movie. You'll see that, and we'll get into that. But she banging on the door. She says, "There's children in Mexico who's been up for hours making clothes for corporate America." Now she did that to show that she's conscious. That's representation of consciousness. who's been there for hours making clothes for corporate America. She's alluding to the whole sweatshop thing and the cheap labor provided by the Mexicans to corporate America. So her saying that is to indicate that, hey, I'm conscious. I know things. You know, that's what they're trying to show you with that. And if you're conscious and you are familiar with conscious circles or conscious people and the whole conscious network, then you understand you understand what she means when she says that. She's speaking from that same perspective or that same type of standpoint we come from when we speak about or speak to the ills of corporate America or whatnot. And so when she said that was to kind of give you a look into her mind and the type of things that she's into, as opposed to maybe your average high schooler, your average senior in high school. So they're trying to show you that she deals with knowledge. You know, she's aware of what's going on in the world. She pays attention to all the fucked up shit that be happening, just like conscious people. So okay, let's see what's next. Oh yeah, I gotta say this shit too. This is another strange thing about this movie too. It eventually has now Harvey Weinstein executive produced this shit, which is crazy because when you look at all the shit he was accused of, and in this movie, another part of this movie is another idea that they promote in this movie is standing up against men that are trying to pressure you into having sex as a woman. They do that towards the end. I ain't gonna spoil it yet, but so it kind of make me think like this could possibly be an attack, because believe it or not, the quote unquote higher ups or whatever you want to call them, they do have quarrels amongst each other or whatever. So this shit seemed like for him to be the representation of that image that they are anti towards in this movie. It almost seems as if they create this movie to thumb their nose at him. Like, yeah, he executive produced it, whatever that means, it has his hand in it, but we gonna shoot a slug at him by putting this part in the movie. We'll get to that later. But I just found that interesting, you know. So I had to say that too, because you motherfuckers go watch the movie and then see his name in the credits. And, I don't want to watch this. It's Harvey Price, Harvey Weinstein. Watch the movie, man. The hell with what he got going on. I don't want nobody, you know, we live in this sensitive age, so somebody be watching the credits roll and they see Harvey Weinstein, they be ready to take it out. No, watch this shit. You'll see when I'm finished why you should watch this. So, okay. Okay, so, she banging on the door to wake him up. She got a cup of his juice in her hand or something, in his breakfast or whatever. So she was like, hurry up, get up and come get your food. I'm finna spit in your food. I'm finna spit a big loogie in your food. So she spits. And she's hanging over his cup, but she didn't let it go. Then by the time she starts spitting, he opens the door and she slurps it all back up. That's another thing about this movie too. Some of the gems are hidden in vulgarity. So you'll hear some vulgar shit being said, or just like that was kind of vulgar, but that even refers to that spit hanging. Even though you might be like, oh, that's nasty, that represents the goo. Even her name is Laney Boggs. Go back to the Serious Star Power series I did last year when I was making the when I was breaking down, partially breaking down the Magnificent Seven with your man Denzel, and I was telling you how Bogue, which was the bad guy, which would be the set figure in the movie, Bogue, Bogue, was Bogue goo. The Bogue being the center, the goo being the melanin that oozed down the center from the top as the light traveled up the center, and you had the center light shooting up, and you had the center melanin pouring down, which would be considered the inner duct, and then you have the outer terrain, which would be the outside. So you have the line in the middle and a circle around it, which would be the outer terrain, with the line in the center point going through the center point of the circle or whatever. So when you look at her name, Laney Boggs, Boggs, same thing almost, goo, but it's just Boggs, but it's, see how it's similar to Bogues, but I say that because she represents the darkness. She's the feminine energy. Zach ultimately represents the yang, the light or the white side of the yin and the yang that has the dark dot in it. She represents the yin, which is the dark half of the yin and the yang with the white spot in it, or representing the light within the darkness. So which is what I was saying about all the characters. You will see, even though all the characters are predominated by certain mythological templates, that mythological template that predominates them. For example, with that mythological template, which is Osiris, that predominates his character, would be the light of the yang. But then the little things that he do that are like set or would be considered not good or bad or whatever you want to call it, that would be the little drop of the darkness within him, or that little drop that's set within him. But ultimately he's predominated by the Osiris / Heru, so he has to control that darkness. Same thing with Laney on the flip side. So yeah, so Laney Boggs, but when they pull it up, they show after while the credits are rolling, the movie first coming on, they show her and her brother being dropped off at school by her old man. Now her father is more like he's like a kind of like a Tahuti type of figure. You know, he has that he's real laid back. He got kind of like an old wise man type of vibe about him. Real laid back and cool or whatnot. I forgot his name. Forgot the cat that playing, but you just seen him. I know I just seen him in a few movies before. His face is familiar. I just can't remember his name. Now her father is a pool cleaner, which water. Now I'm gonna show y'all. Pay attention to how many times water is referred to, or some type of reference to water is made, or whatever. The L. Now I'll just peep this shit too. He dropping off in his truck. He owns a pool company or whatever. And the L on the pool owner, he got he got pool on the side of his truck, but the L is scratched out, whatever, leaving it with poo. Oh shit. Which poo is set, soot, melanin. That's where the word shit comes from. You even have a goddess, cobra goddess named Shet, T-C-H-E-T in Kemet, or whatever. Shit, that's where the word shit comes from. Shet, T-C-H-E-T. And if you go watch some serious Star Power video series, either that or the Creation of the Earth, Birth of the Sun video, both of the two, you'll see why that's significant. But it's another another way of showing you that Lane's coming from the dark side, so to speak, because even set, that's another word for actually where shit comes from. Even when you look at fertilizer, what does fertilizer do? When you could take cow manure and use it as fertilizer and use it to nourish or grow a seed or whatnot, which is what despite how negative it may be, the process that Set puts Osiris through is a process of nourishment. So that's why I say, even though it's a tragedy, when he finally comes out on the other side and resurrects and Heru's born, he comes back on a level higher than he was before he was broke down. So even just like with these people, it don't matter what they do, it all eventually ends up helping us in the end, in one way or another. You just have to be able to spot that and see how to take the things that they do to us and reverse them or flip them and use them for your own advantage or whatever. But another thing about this movie too is when I looked it up on Google, they said it was adapted from a book called The Pygmalion. And it said the Pygmalion book was about social status. It was a novel about social status or whatever. What you're gonna see in this movie, but it's gonna be subtle though. I don't know what the Pygmalion is. I never read the book before, so I don't know what it is, but I can't go into details about it. But I understood what they meant when they said that, because I can see that part of it in the movie, even though they not necessarily. They only make it's only really one scene where somebody says something that indicates a financial differentiation between two different social classes or two different people, and I'll get to that in a minute. But other than that, everything else is subtle. Like, for example, there's one scene when Laney's father is outside doing something to his truck, and Zach pulls up in a black and gold Hummer, which is his Hummer. Black and gold, that's standard colors. The black bottom, black spear with the gold rings around it. She's all that Saturn. So but he pulls up and he's in his fly Hummer because he comes from a rich family, or well-to-do family. Laney, now on the other hand, that's why it goes back to what we said about Laney
represent that darkness of being black. Not only is she represented in the movie represent the darkness in a metaphysical manner, but even all the way down, they're showing you that, hey, she's a nigger. Even though she's white in this movie, they telling a nigger story, but using the white face. And another way of them showing you that is by making Laney not her and her family are not poor. Like I said, he owns his own pool company, so he's an entrepreneur. But he might not be as rich as Taylor and Zach in the game, cause they all rich kids and shit. But he's doing well. He got a nice house on the hill. You know, taking care of his kids. And he even said in the movie, he told Lane, he was like, you know, some people, he said, you know, they got people out here who, and I paraphrase, but he's like, you know, there are people out here who think that what I do is inferior. He was like, he said, I mean, he was saying in so many words, like, I don't understand how, because I own my own business, and I take care of my family, and I do all right. And he was speaking to those that look down. That part of the movie was speaking to those who are rich and able, or whatever you want to call it, who may look down on people. Because you take a nigga that's working a regular job, this nigga might be a pool cleaner, but he owns his own shit. So he's his own boss or whatever. So to a nigga that's still working for somebody else, that's leveled up. He might not be making millions of dollars, but it's still leveled up because he's his own goddamn boss. But to a motherfucker that's over him, some type of corporate million, rich person or whatever, they looking at the little pool cleaner like, oh, you ain't shit. I'm big money, man. All this whole bullshit. As opposed to looking at the motherfucker and saying, at least he got his own shit. He worked for himself. You know what I'm saying? Whoop. So they're showing you the, he has that conversation with Laney. That's one part. Or like I said, that part, and there's another part of the movie where something is actually vocalized to make a reference to the difference between them as far as social, as far as their social economic situation is. So but when Zach pulled up, you could just see it. Nobody has to say nothing. Zach don't have to get out and say, yeah, motherfucker, I'm a high school kid, I'm riding better than you, which that ain't even in his character, that ain't even the type of character he is in the movie. But he don't have to say it, or nobody has to point it out. If you just look, this nigga pulling up in a Hummer, and he getting out to go talk to this girl dad, and her dad got this little regular old pickup truck, and you got this Hummer next to it, it just automatically you start thinking like, damn, this nigga riding fly, this nigga, he in high school. But but back to the Pygmalion thing. So when they said that they adapted the movie from that book, I could see that element of it, the social class element of it, the differentiation between the differentiation between different classes of people based off of financial gains or lack of, so to speak. So and I'll come back to the Pygmalion when I get to another scene, because I ain't through with that. But let me get back to the line. Man, this shit front back. Oh man. Okay, let's go. So, let me go back right here. All right. Okay, so when she getting out the car, when her father dropping her off at school, he tells her, he says, I got a pump replacement, pump replacement. Now he's talking about the center of the universe. He's saying he got a pump replacement, but that part corresponds to the pump or the initial pump. The original spirit of light, the head of the 80 mortals or 8 Kemen, being pumped from the center point, its original point, up with the 7 following it. And he said Manhattan Beach, Manhattan, the man in the hat. Saturn, if you look at Saturn look like a man in a hat. Just like Barry Sanders and all them. The top hat, which is what which is one of the when all the energy rise from the center, from all the light that's at the bottom rises to the top through the center, and all the melanin oozes to the bottom and creates the bottom of the earth, and the light goes up and creates the top on the electromagnetic force field, as well as the moon on top of this bottom sphere, or this bowl at the bottom that the melanin is created when it's going down. Like I said, go look at this. You'll understand what I'm saying if you go look at my Syrian star power videos. Once all the light all the light that's in the center shoot up through the top, and all the light that's in the circumference shoots outside the circle after propagating throughout the whole circumference and filling it up, and then all that light withdrawing or retracted from the center to the edges of the circumference, and then shooting out of this newly created ball, creating a circle, a golden circle around the white dome, which is the moon, while it's still fused to the earth. So you have the white top of the top hat, and then the brim would be the gold stars, the man in the hat, and then you have the halo of all the energy that's combined into the original one, because that original one rose up higher than the rest of the other 7 that followed it, and then the other 7 all absorbed into that one that ended up above what will become the earth, or the top of the earth, or will become the top over the moon while it's still fused to the earth. And the stars that shot from the outer terrain created the ring of stars around what would go on to be the earth. So the pump replacement in Manhattan, what's the replacement? Just like your soul or your spirit or your soul, you as a spiritual body. At one point we were all spiritual. The pump replacement, when we started pumping, we replaced the spiritual with the physical and hid the spiritual part of us, or the light body that we are, the God within us, within this shell. We created this physical vehicle in order for our souls to enmesh within it and dwell within it. So the spiritual part is still there, it's just hidden, but it's almost as if it's been replaced by this physical host called the human body. Shout out to Roger Troutman. Roger in the human body. That nigga was a god. Alright, we on point. So boom, pump replacement. Okay, after that, her and Jesse Jackson, which is her best friend, or I say her friend, well, you can say her best friend at the time. He's like I don't want to say that because that'd be a father. He's like I want to say a best man, but yeah, he's like a best man, something like that. For the woman though, and Zach's best man is what would be in a wedding, what would be his best man was actually played by a girl, his sister, which is Mac Mackenzie. She goes to all girls school. Jam. Remember that. Jesse and Mackenzie. Jesse and Mackenzie. Jam. Jesse Jackson. So watch how all this shit come together. I know y'all probably talking shit like, get to the point, nigga. I'm ready to go watch Love and Hip Hop. And you sit here jibbering jabbering on with this fucking movie. Oh no. We gonna get to some shit today. Niggas, just know your horses. Hold your horses, know what your partners. Goddamn it. So they at the locker, and he got a Twinkie in his hand. You know, Jesse Jackson is kind of a heavy-set guy. So then he got that Irish element. He can be blonde. You look at him, you can tell he's Ireland. I can't remember why I said that, but it'll come up when I get to the notes, because I seen something the last time I watched it. I seen some Ireland paraphernalia in that. We'll get to that. But he has a twin, but he's kind of heavy set, so I guess she's on his ass about him watching his weight. So when she see the Twinkie, she say, "What happened?" She said, "What happened to losing 10 pounds before the summer?" And he said, "Nah, but look, they're Twinkie lights. Twinkie lights." Okay. 10 pounds before the summer. You take the 0, flip it sideways, flip leg sideways. Take the 1 and put the, matter of fact, draw a circle. You draw a dot in the middle of that circle. Now imagine a line coming out of that dot going up and a line going down. That's the light going up, and that's the melanin going down, creating the foundation for what will become the earth. The sticky, gooey, ooey melanin oozing down, sticking to itself and forming a bowl or shaping into a bowl that eventually us these having a human experience, i.e. our gods, will be walking on the top of eventually. This is in the creation process, before time, the land before time. So that's why they said 10 pounds, the 1 and the 0, Leo. So Twinkie, twin keys. The light going up is a key, and the darkness going down is a key. Twin keys. Or you say like your physical body is a reflection of your spiritual body, or your God body, your light body. So they're twins. It's just that your physical body is physical and your light body is light. You know what I'm saying? But the twin keys, twin keys. What color is the Twinkie? Gold with the white inside. Just like I was just telling you, what happened with the Manhattan thing? The white dome of what would become the moon that's still fused to the earth with the gold ringlet of light, or gold stars around it. The white and the gold, the twin keys. The light going up is one twin, the other one going down is another key. The light key, the dark key. Twin keys. So after that, they go to Zach. They go to Zach. Now, Zach is in school. I told you he walked through the hall. He sees the girl. And he speaks to the girl that he doesn't know, or he calls her Connie, when that's not her name. And they were trying to show you that he might be the most popular guy in school, but I know that guy. He might be the most popular guy in school, but he doesn't let it get to his head. So many words, what I'm trying to say. So
So excuse me, let me do a check. All right. Okay. So So he walking by himself. You see the girl, he do that. Then he meet up with the boys. Now enter Dean Sampson. Now Dean Sampson is he's the set of the movie. He's the antagonist. Excuse me, yeah, the antagonist. He's the set. He's the dark side of the masculine. He's the dark side of the force, the man of the masculine force. So he's the set to that's back to back with Zach, who's the Heru. Now, interesting what they did with this character. First and foremost, this movie takes place in the springtime. Around April, because 8 weeks before school is out, so that's like April. You know, the latest school goes is into June. Some people get out early, late May. Some people get out early June. So 8 weeks would be 2 months, 4 months to a month, 4 weeks to a month. So we'll say June. What's that? June to May. We'll count backwards. June to May, May to April. April tourist season, whatever. The tourists. When you look at the zodiacal circle. When you look at the zodiacal circle, the sign that corresponds or is on the opposite side of the circle of the spring or the Taurus is the Scorpio, which is the season of set or whatever. This is the threshold that leads towards the dead of the winter. That's why it's consecrated to set. When the sun makes its way to this position and it's heading, when the earth is heading in a position that's going to put it above the sun, and the sun is getting closer and closer to a position, to the lowest, to the most southern position below the earth, it starts to lose its strength. It's not as powerful as it was or vitalizing as it was during the spring and the summer or whatever. That's why it's called the fall. The fall. And if you was to draw a line from we'll just say from the Taurus, where Taurus starts, which is April 22nd, and draw that to when the Scorpio season starts, which would be hold on, let me get it right. No, because that would be what Scorpio? No, Scorpio is October. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, it would be October. I'm tripping. Yeah, October. So yeah, but in so many words, the Taurus and the Scorpio are across from each other. You draw the line from one side of the circle from the Taurus side of the circle to the Scorpio, it'll from Scorpio to the other side of the circle, you'll end up at Taurus springtime, which is when this movie takes place. But when the sun goes into the when the sun is going into the entering into the zodiac of the Scorpio, that's when it starts to lose its vitalization for the year.
until it reaches December 22nd, where it's at its lowest point, and then 3 days after that, it starts to make its journey back towards a more northerly position where it's stronger at, where the sun's, where the rays are more, where the rays are more efficient and more of a beneficiary factor to the earth or whatnot, causing the plant life to grow so that we can eat and have all the things we need or whatnot. Mother Earth provide that nourishment. So but when you go to the story of Samson and Delilah, you have that's basically another rendition of the Osiris and Set story. Only difference is the Set energy is represented by a feminine character. So instead of having a masculine character in the darkness like Set, you have a feminine character carrying out the or being a symbolic representation of the darkness, or the betrayal of the one who betrays Osiris or the heroic figure. In this case, it would be Samson. So even though Samson has different stories in the Bible, the one that he's most known for is the one where he goes through the Osirian drama, or he goes through the same thing Osiris went through, but instead of them representing the putrefaction through the body being ripped apart, they represented it through the locks being cut. The locks of his hair being cut. The locks of his hair the cutting of the locks of his hair symbolizes the shortening of the rays of the sun, the closer it gets to winter or whatever. So that's a Set type of story right there, all Osiris drama type of story. Now Samson would originally would be a hero. He really falls under that Heru template, the hero template. But what they did was, since the story that he's most famous for is the one where he falls victim to the feminine wiles of Delilah, who carries out the Set work or whatnot. Since that's the story that he's most known for, falling victim to that Set energy, what they did in this movie was they took the character who they were going to apply the Set template, Set type of template to, and named them after a character in the Bible who fell victim to the Set type of energy, though the person that carried out the betrayal wasn't a called Set or wasn't a masculine energy or masculine figure. The representation, the same, the act or the metaphysical concept that the act of Set that the act of Set represented was represented by Delilah in this story or whatever. So many words, they use Samson because they know that name, when first thing you hear about Samson, you think of Samson and Delilah. And so you automatically hit the story that he's most famous for is one that is where he falls victim to Set energy. So they gave him the name Samson, and not only that, the movie takes place in the spring, which is the opposite side of his domain or whatever. So even when you look at the Taurus in the Scorpio, that represent them two together represent the Gemini back to back with the Taurus would be the Osiris and the Scorpio, which the story of Samson and Delilah, which is the zodiac sign where the story or the area of the zodiac that story is alluding to. It's like they're back to back. Cause like you draw a circle, you got one on this side, you got one on this side, one facing this way, one facing that way, or whatever. So the season that they're in automatically puts the Dean Sampson character shows you that he's out of whack. Or not out of whack, where he's there in a season that's far from his domain or whatever, by this being the spring or whatever. So that kind of some of the work kind of puts him even more so in the you're out of season type of box or whatever. Then they got the whole blonde hair, blue eye thing going. He got blonde hair with short hair, but his hair's short, so that represents the short locks or whatever, and or whatever. When you look at the whole blonde hair, blue eye thing, you can see that, find that in mythology, but it's not speaking about blonde hair white people. It's talking about the blue earth and the blonde golden light of the sun of the physical world. Now, although by white folks being in lack of soul, they're solely physical. So, just like the physical earth is like like we started out spiritual, and then once we created everything, when the final, this is before white people was on the earth, but after the creation took place, and the earth finally found itself, fixed itself in its position, and the sun shined upon it, and everything went into motion. That's like the final part of the process. So even when you look at white folks, where they came last, just like the end of the after everything was said and done, and we finished creating everything. What you have, the blue eye, the blue sky, and the blonde sun, or the golden rays of the sun, which is probably what I don't know. That's what Hitler was alluding to. That's the reason he probably was thinking. Well, he knew niggas was superior. I think he was just talking, but they probably think that since they got their hair and their eyes resemble. And this ain't me bashing or beating up on white folks and that like that. I'm just trying to put things in perspective, but that's probably where the whole blonde hair, blue eyed people thinking that's being some type of sign of supremacy came from. And it's like, nah, you just resemble, you are end result of this shit, just like, or end result of a process, just like what we see on a Pretty Sunny Day. That's actually the finished product of our creation process, and we continue to create. That's why I'm kind of like being kind of watch how I say it, because we after we created this planet and this universe to live within, we continue creating. So I don't want to say it was the end of the creation process, but as far as in regards to building this place, it was when we finished actually building it, and the sun first shined upon the first sunrise to place or whatever. That's what you had, the clear blue sky and the blonde golden locks of the sun rays or whatever. So, but that doesn't something to consider yourself superior or consider white people to be superior over. Like Hitler was trying, or whoever, whatever they was, that little blonde hair, blue eyes shit they was talking about. It's not that, but you know, and this ain't no beating, you know, not to, like I say, not attacking white folks, because anything I say that would possibly make white folks cringe, I'm saying it. I speak from a perspective of a scientist, so I don't just get on here and talk shit about white folks just for the sake of talking shit. Harsh as it may sound, some of the things I may say, what would you rather have me lie to you or tell you the truth? I tell you the truth, that'll do you more of a service in regards to you trying to figure out what you need to be doing around this motherfucker. Because if I lie to you and tell you already hot shit, then you ain't gonna, you gonna think you hot shit. As opposed to digging within and trying to find out the plight you and your people are faced with around here, and which is really not necessarily who y'all are spiritually, and what's going on with y'all in that area is pretty much y'all business. You know, the best thing y'all can do is study the best of niggas. Study, period, really, but study niggas and you know, go hard as you can to make up for that which you lack, which is the melanin. You know, but I don't want to get too far into that. I just, you know, I had to speak on that part. But anyway, so Zach done walk. He meets up with Dean Sampson, and like I say, Dean Sampson that's his homeboy. Supposed to be right hand man or whatever. And they coming back from spring break. This the first day back. Everybody coming back from spring break. So when spring break jumped off, I guess everybody went their separate ways and did things with their family or whatever. So when they walking, one of the first conversations you hear is the nigga Dean, played by Paul Walker. Everybody talking about what they did for spring break. He was like, yeah, man. And he was talking about, he said somebody had smashed a bitch on a plane on his way somewhere. And he must, you know, he must be notorious for lying about this type of shit or something, which the devil is a lie, said devil, all that. So, Zach and the other homeboy, now this where you enter the nigga. Now you might say he's a token nigga. Nah, pay attention to the black. You gotta pay attention to the black character in this movie. Well, it's him. The black character is him, which is Preston. And then you got so it's Preston, Zach, and Dean, the three homeboys, and then you have Taylor, and then Taylor got her crew, which is I don't know their names, but as far as the character, but you got Lil' Kim, which I had a moment with her. I talk about that, but I had a moment when I saw her because I damn near cried. And Gabrielle Union, which was a genius part because the movie is about the union of opposites. Two opposites coming together to make one whole, and they got Gabrielle Union in the movie, who I'm not the biggest fan of at this point in time. At this point in time, you know, I just you just got to come to grips with the fact that not to paint with too broad of a brush and say all, but a lot of celebrities and on weird time. I personally try not to speak too much on, because you'll be all day complaining about motherfuckers doing suspect shit But I draw the line when it comes to the babies, man. You know, I try to keep my cool on a lot of shit and keep my peace, but when it comes to the babies, man, you know, even if your kid is telling you that they're gay at a young age, which is not far-fetched, because I personally, like I said, I tell you, I think they actually burnt a lot of real gay people are born that way. You got some people that get turned out too, but I'm not even telling you that they should scold them and beat the gay out of them. No, if that's how you feel, then you know, you got to kind of, you know, I'm a man, so I understand. You know, the average man is gonna try to talk him out of it, but, and I'm not saying I probably, I know better. I probably wouldn't just go hard. I don't know what I would do. I really wouldn't want to, no disrespect, but I really wouldn't want to be in that position to have to. I hope my son come out just like I did, all men. Well, we all got a masculine, feminine side, but you know what the fuck I mean. Man time, come out on man time. We'll help you get in touch with your feminine, but you ain't gotta put on no thong and do it. But ultimately, I understand that something of that. And like I said, I think those that are like that, gay people are born, like real gay people are born like that, for whatever reasons. But so even if I had to come to grips with some shit like that, you know, it is what it is. But I'm not gonna let you go chop yourself up. Though I ain't gonna let you. Gotta wait for that. You can tell me you this, that, and the third all day, but when it comes to that type, it's like, okay, I guess you feel how you feel, and I can't really, you know, I can't really go against you for that, especially after when you grow up and get to a certain age. That you already, if he already saying this as a young kid, then, and you can tell just by looking at a lot of them. I can look at him and tell that that's the case, but it ain't too much you can do but let that person or that young person deal with whatever they feel inside and try to help them through it or whatever. So you'd have to really just be tolerant of that to a certain degree. But when it comes to that shit, I come from an era where you couldn't even go, nigga, you 13, you still couldn't even go get a fucking tattoo. They know this shit. Everybody raised different, but we motherfuckers know what time we come from. You couldn't even get a fucking tattoo or some shit. Get your ears pierced at 10 or 11 and shit. So you think I'm gonna let a motherfucker let mine go do something? I don't want to get into that, man. I just hope I would never be faced with and like I said, no disrespect to gay people and shit, but just being honest, men don't. That's one thing men really feel or really wouldn't want to have to deal with. But like I said, I can't tell them not. I wouldn't tell them to handle a little kid with a heavy hand, but let me get them move on, man. But Gabrielle Union's in the movie. Her name is Union. This movie is mostly about the union of opposites. So, anyway, Zach and the boys walking, and Zach was like, yeah, he said, I was driving through the gates this morning. He said something like, I was driving through the gates this morning, and I was thinking that we only got 8 weeks left. After this 8 weeks left, it's not just 8 weeks after school, it's more like the future or some shit like that, he said. You have to go watch it. But he said 8 weeks later, he said he was driving through the gate. That's another indication that he stays in a well-to-do home. he said I was driving through the gate and I was thinking that these are the last 8 weeks of school, blah blah blah. The 8 weeks is a reference to the first spirit that took off and went a lot higher than the other 7 below it. And the gate symbolizes the threshold through which those 7 pass through to be absorbed into that 8. So when the first spirit rolls up, and then the 7 rolls up under it, and then and created a staircase, and then that one that originally rolls up at first absorbs all 7 of those. That gateway that each one of them have to pass through as it is going and being absorbed into that first one. That's the gate. So that's what that's referring to. So they walking and talking. Then he says the shit about the plane. Then I think Preston asks Zach, well, what you do for spring break? He said, shit, I went skiing in Bayo with my parents. Bayo. B-A-O, Bayo, bow, Bayo. That's Anubis energy. The bow, the dog. Bow wow. Bayo. Beowulf. That's what book that is. Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. I think you'll find bow and the bow wow, ow wow. The ow wow, they were saying how that became them. That was the alphabetical, or that was the word, or what basically the dog made the bow wow sound, so he became known as Bow because of the sound he made. So they became one of the hound deities, the Bow, but he says Baal or whatever. So they walking and shit, walking and talking, and they walk up on Gabriel Union, and shit. One second, I got you. These motherfuckers cold-blooded, boy. Look at them. Man, motherfuckers look like vacation. Bad, wow. Crush you niggas. So, yeah. Alright. Knock that up. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they pull up on, well, they walk up on Gabriel Union and the girls. So, Zach asked Gabriel Union, where's Taylor? She was like, huh? He's like, Taylor, my girlfriend, woo, woo. And they was looking all suspicious and, we don't know, and blah, blah, blah. Then here's another key point.
So it's Taylor. That's Gabrielle Union and Lil' Kim. Then what did this scene happen first? It was one scene. It was either before he talked to Gabrielle Union or after. But it's another chick in the video because you got the Taylor. She's the white girl. Gabrielle Union black. Lil' Kim black. Lil' Kim black, and then there was another chick. I don't know her name. I think I seen her in a few other movies too. I don't know her character name, and I should have looked this shit up. But which I did. I can't remember those. I looked it up a minute ago. But now this part of the movie, I think they was trying to show you that element of white people that's really not white, that look white but got that nigga in them, but they passing for white. Because when you look at this girl, I can't remember her name, man. I would try to pull it up. I gotta. My next video, I'll be a little better because I'm recording on this. This is my first time recording on this goddamn laptop, and I don't want to start trying to pull, because I know I can pull it up to where y'all can see it too on the screen, but I don't want to fuck nothing up, man. I already been at 3 hours too. Yeah, but I should have looked at it. But anyway, this character, she's walking, and Paul Walker or Dean says, "Oh, girl, look at you looking fine and shit." Like, he trying to talk like a nigga. And Preston was like, "On behalf of all black people, could you please shut the fuck up?" And when he said on behalf of all black people, Dean was talking to Taylor homegirl. But when Preston said that, on behalf of all people, please shut the fuck up, soon while he was saying that, she was walking right past him when he said black people. So it was almost to say like, she's black, you know what I'm saying? And then Dean put his arm around her and she's like, "Get off me, woo woo." So I thought that was interesting too. And then there's gonna be another scene where she tanning on the beach, and tanning, bringing the melanin to the surface, blacking, trying to get back to her roots or whatever. We'll talk a little bit more about that when I get there. But so they tell her, we don't know what Taylor is. Then Taylor finally pops up, and I guess they kiss each other every morning because she walk up to him, and when she walk up to him to go like they finna kiss, but then she spin off of him and keep walking. Was like, "I can't do it. I don't think I can keep doing this." Now Taylor, she would be Neptune's kind of. Well, like I say, she has that Lilith type thing going on, but what you can look at, because like I said, the whole thing with Lilith is, she didn't want to be subordinate or to Adam or whatever. That represents the chaotic, the chaos side. See, Adam would be the masculine, or he'd be the representation of bringing chaos, making order out of chaos. Lilith not wanting to be submissive or obey him would represent her being the chaos. She don't want to be obeyed. She don't want to obey or be or have Adam over her. So she wants to, instead of her being tame, she wants to be that wild type of energy. And so when you get this movie, just like he end up with Lainey, but the movie starts off with him and Taylor being together but breaking up. Just like Lilith left Adam, she leaves Zach. And she also represents the Taylor will represent, going back to darkness, she will represent her character will represent the condition of being
the beginning of so many words. She would represent the darkness. If you go back and look at my serious star power video, you'll see where I broke down. You got the darkness at the top, then you got the center point, which was a cluster of melanin with a light, with a dot of light in the center of it, and then at the bottom was the light. It was a whirlwind moving in the darkness at the top of the top of everything, where the darkness was at. So the darkness represents the masculine energy. That would be, the feminine energy. So when you look at the yin and the yang sign, that would be the dark side, right? But the dark side has a white light side in it too, a little drop of white in it. That whirlwind, which is shooting in the darkness, spinning, would be that white light, because that spinning is activity. Activity is action. Action is masculine. Just like at the bottom, you have the light, which is masculine, but the light is still light. It doesn't start. It becomes active and starts moving once the center point opens up, or that pump pushes that first star up, and then all the light starts to follow up, and then it goes straight up through the middle and to the outer flanks as well. Or it seeps into the outer flanks and shoots straight up the middle, and now it's active because now it's going up and it's enshrouded. It's enmeshing itself, or it's entering into the melanin, but it's using the melanin. The melanin is taking the masculine energy and using the masculine energy to create physical reality, or whatever, physical things on the top of that surface or whatever. So by her being with him in the beginning, it's similar to so many words. Her leaving him represents that opening up, the catalyst, because when that first star shoots from the center, that's the catalyst that causes everything to start becoming active and creation process to take place. So by her leaving him was the catalyst of him uniting with Lainey. Just like when that dark cluster of melanin shot up and took that light particle inside it with it and shot straight to the top, the process of the moon being created started. So when she leaves him, the process of the moon started, which you'll see. But this kicks off the process, or begins the process of him meeting his soulmate, or coming in contact with finding the hidden light within Lainey, which also draws out that hidden light within itself. Now his light is he's more outgoing than her. So while she's the recluse, he's the popular kid. He walks through the hall. He's cool. Everybody know him, but he's not arrogant and airheaded. So he talks to people. Woo woo. So he's letting his light shine, so to speak. That little light of his. He's Lainey, she's hiding her light. She don't want to talk to you niggas. Leave me alone. She's hiding her light. She's the darkness. So now Zach is like, what happened over spring break, Taylor? So now Taylor is the opposite of we had to get in her character too. She's the opposite of Taylor is the opposite of Zach in regards to the whole fame thing and just a person. She's the she's chaos. Zach and Lainey would represent the middle point or the center. Zach and Taylor would represent the light that
out the sides and went into the outer circumferences. That's all the spears of light that went straight up the middle represent a calm oneness of being a center. The energy that's in this actual circumference that's a riot. That's what the whole riot thing. When she was talking about the riot, when they were talking about, when I told you they showed that news article clipping that she was putting up on that canvas that said riot in Moga or something. But there is a god called Mugali, something like that. Mogali, it's a god, really an androgynous figure with a name similar to that. But that riot is the chaotic, the chaos of creation, basically. The chaotic process of creation that took place in the circumference of the circle, while the heads of everything stayed at the center and rose up. So the heads are the ones in the center. They are the ones that control. You can look at it like I don't want to get too into it, but when you look at Taylor's character, that's her. She's a chaotic type of person. She's airheaded, a shell, she would represent that, the monster, the APAP or something of that nature or whatever. Selfishness. So he asked her what happened on spring break. So she says, well, now I gotta go into this first. It's a show called, in the 90s we had a show, the first reality show was called The Real World. Basically, it's kind of put you in the mindset of Jersey Shore a little bit. You got all these different people in one house. I never really watched it back then. I never really got into it. But this was the beginning of reality show. I'm surprised it took them, because that show was a hit. But they didn't end up actually really going hard with the reality show thing till I guess going into the mid 2000s or some shit like that too. When Love and Hip Hop and Basketball Wives and all that shit first jumped off, and the Housewives and this and that. But it was a long stretch in between The Real World and now this state of entertainment we live in now, what we experiencing now, where pretty much reality shows dominate everything. But The Real World, that was an MTV show. And your girl got to start at Tammy Roman. She was on The Real World. So she's OG when it comes to the women, the black women of reality shows. But the show called The Real World. Then they had another show where they used to record people. They like spring break. They had like a beach house party or something, and they'll be recording live on location, showing videos and showing people dancing and shit. So this was she was at for spring break, at one of them little parties or whatever. And she's telling the story, but while she's telling the story, they go back into her imagination, so they're showing it. So oh yeah, okay. So yeah, she telling Zach about how she was at the video show or whatever. She got selected to stand on her own personal little raft in the water. But when they're showing it on the screen, they show her not being selected, but actually pushing somebody else off, and her jumping on the raft. So Taylor is a quote unquote one of the what we would just black we better term a mean girl. she was a mean girl. So she's the Nepties are the counterpart of Set in this whole thing or whatever. Selfish, self-centered, nose in the air, bougie. So she goes on, she's telling Zach the story. She was like, then all of a sudden she said she bumped into Brock Hudson. Now, Brock is the jester of the movie. He's like the comic relief. He's like the comic relief of the whole movie. The clown figure. Goofy as hell, but you just can't, you look at him and you know what, he ain't all that bad, even though he has and then I'm gonna tell y'all about he represents well, let me tell the story. Anyway, so she said she meets Brock Hudson. So Zach was like, who? Brock. She was like, Brock Hudson from the real world. And long story short, she started talking about how they fell for each other. And they end up fucking, and they end up getting matching tattoos. And when they got the tattoos, this nigga had a tattoo. She had some kind of tattoo. I don't know what the fuck she had on her tattoo. But he had a tattoo, and that nigga tattoo said me. Like, he was like, bitch, fuck me. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get matching tattoos, but my shit gonna be a picture of me with me under that hoe. Like, me. That nigga's like, fuck that. Me, bitch. Like, and so she all lovey-dovey. Oh, yeah, we got matching. Telling her ex-man, the man she left this nigga for. Yeah, so we got matching tattoos. Now going back to the art thing, when they getting their tattoos, I think the tattoo truck, they was getting that shit from said art is love. I think it said art is love. Another reference to art. So yeah. So she basically telling him how she ended up fucking with this nigga and now that she wanna be with him and then so but while he's telling the story, go back to the bell, the dog thing. Look at how he's looking at her while she's talking, and you will see he looks like a dog. He's staring at her the way dogs stare at people. Just look, pay attention to that scene when he's talking to her. He's just gonna be staring, looking at her like he gonna be like. No, how the dogs be, but yeah, like he's being a sleuth hound. Bitch, I'm finna get it at you, ho. Talk about it. Why was he hoe you? I was telling him, get away from me, you fucking slut. Bye, bitch, slut. Why? Whatever the fuck that nigga said. Anyway, so yeah. So, oh yeah, he was like Brock. So he's like Brock Hudson. What kind of name is Brock? Just like a bitch that ain't no good. She gonna look at the nigga and say, what kind of name is Zach? I was like, oh, this hoe is like, bitch, Zach is the kind of name of a nigga he been putting pipe in your ass for the last 4 years or however long they was together. Now all of a sudden you meet one new nigga and cause he ain't even a fucking A-list celebrity. He's just that's the thing about the real world, it's a bunch of just regular people, you know what I'm saying? So not saying it would have made it any better if the nigga was a celebrity. All that shit that's just betrayal, period. But yeah, this whole like it'll show you how I'm motherfuckers a front on you. Oh, you think you hot shit now? You done find you some new shit, bitch. You been loving me. You been loving Zach Silas for years. Now all of a sudden you meet this nigga, and all of a sudden, what kind of name is Zach? This hoe was a look. This bitch, it was such a riding hoe. I had to look at I had to actually, she's a good looking girl. But from the first time I seen that movie all throughout, I seen it probably about 4 or 5 times now. I seen it about 2 times in 2016 and I just watched it like 3 times to put this together. And I had to actually
consciously tell myself she is pretty. Because when the whole mentality is so twisted, she don't even. I have to actually look and say, oh yeah, she is a pretty bitch. Cause that's just how much of an empty vessel this bitch was to me. At least the character she played. I don't know her character in real life. Like I say, these people. I don't know. I seen her in another movie too. I don't know. I can't remember her name. The chick that played Taylor or whatever. But so yeah. She yeah, that's what I was saying. She had such a nasty inside that I had to. I think the last time I watched it, that's when I first looked at her. Oh, she actually is. She is pretty or whatever. But that bitch mentality. I had to actually look at it and say, okay, I see she. But that's just how fucked up she was in the inside. She don't even. That bitch ain't even though she and as that character, even though she is pretty, she's still not attractive to me in that movie. But okay. I think she told him she got with Brock. Her and Brock was fucking around for 3 days. 3 days was a blur or something like that. The three is a symbolic of creation. The 3 points. We have the center point, the top, and the bottom. The Earth, the third planet from the sun. Yada yada yada. So yeah, now Brock, like I said, Brock is the jester. You can't really, you would think that the guy who steals the antagonist, the guy who steals the protagonist's girlfriend, or the good guy, or the hero, or whatever you want to call it, the main character's girlfriend, you would think he would be the bad guy, or the villain of the movie. But the whole while, that's not the case with him. He's really, the more and more you start to watch him, this motherfucker's an asshole. He's an idiot, but he's alright when you start to really check him out. He's just a goofball. He's the goof. Like I said, he's the comic relief. So and even and there's even one part where he's doing like a profile, and he was like, people say a lot of stuff about me, man, but really, my heart is big, man. I got a big heart. He started doing this. He's like, it's really big, man. And it's like, it was, when you look at the movie, even though he's manifesting it through a whole lot of goofy shit, when you look at his character, that's what you get. Goofy shit and all. And shit that might make you say, oh, this nigga's a fucking idiot. But you still see that it's still something about him that makes you like, you can see I'm trying to figure out the best way to put it. In so many words, you pretty much see that he don't mean no harm, really. He just doing him. So in that part when he says, my heart is big, he's like, a lot of people think this and that, but he's like, I really got a big heart. I mean, it's really big. That's what he was saying. And you can kind of pay attention to his character in the movie. You kind of understand where they was going with him. They didn't want you to look at him like, yeah, he's the one who stole the girl, but he's the catalyst. See, he's a part of the catalyst as well. By him and her meeting up, that plays a part in kicking off the process of Zach and Laney linking up. So, which they are soulmates or timeless lovers. in this groovy little flick, y'all. So she tells him how they got matching tattoos and shit. Can't even tell what the fuck her tattoo is and shit. But so he's like, damn man, how could you do this to me? And she looked at him and was like, Zach, you didn't honestly think that I was gonna go into college dating you, huh? Just like an airhead hoe. See, nah, I'm gonna do another one on this one because I don't want. But I'm gonna go back and delve a little deep into how these characters represent certain psychological psychological states that a lot of motherfuckers because this shit was on point. It's a high school movie. They got it right on point. Because guess what? Even though it's a high school movie, it's the same old song with grown motherfuckers. Because most of these motherfuckers ain't nothing but pathological grown up kids at large. Not you. But yeah, cause I don't want to, but yeah, I don't want to deal. I was, but kind of on the time limit. So well, I'm trying to not to take too much time out of your day, cause this shit is long within itself. But I'm gonna have to come back to that. But I'll say this right now: it's just like a no good bitch. You know, that's why I always growing up. You know, I can count the number of serious relationships I had on hand. And I think I knew subconsciously that growing up as an adolescent and going to my teens and shit, I kind of, for the most part, I got bit by the bug a few times, but for the most part, I knew how to not even get caught up in this old girlfriend or as far as getting into a real serious relationship. I had a couple, you know, but I think subconsciously I knew, man, you know, average motherfucking chick, and niggas too, but I'm speaking from the perspective of a man. A lot of chicks, it's just one nigga away, you know. A lot of women don't know how to. Well, a lot of people, but I'm speaking from my perspective as a man. But a lot of women don't know how to. I think a nigga would, and we can't just paint with a broad brush because all this shit is mixed up and jumbled up. But I'll go as far as to say I think a nigga would probably fuck another bad, if he came across a bad bitch and she tempted him, a nigga would probably fuck the other bad bitch, but he probably wouldn't leave his bitch, his main hoe, main girl, whatever you want to call it. Women on the other hand, they see a new nigga they like or feel this new hot shit, that bitch will leave her whole nigga. She'll straight up ghost this nigga for that. A nigga would probably bounce and get caught cheating and be fighting with your ass. A bitch is more so prone to leave a nigga for a whole nother nigga. I'm trying to explain where I'm coming from with that. I don't want you to think I'm just on some, you know, chauvinistic type shit, but I'm saying this shit based off of a vibe. I don't want to take too much time trying to, like I said, I'll revisit this when I do the other video. Cause I wanted to get into that too, but this shit long as fuck. These notes, it's a lot of goddamn notes I gotta get through, so I'll probably come back and fill in a little blanks and shit like I said when I do the other video. But so she telling the story, showing the tattoo and shit. And after that, I think that's when they go back to Laney. Now Laney's in art class. Now here's another key factor. I remember I told you about the African in the beginning holding a little boy. Now here's another head nod to black people they give you. Laney's art teacher is a black woman, played by I hope I get her name right, Debbie Morgan. I think it's Debbie Morgan. But if you're not familiar with the name, cause I wasn't. I remember the face when I saw her. She, she's a recognizable face. I just never really knew her name. But y'all know it, so you seen it before. I'm trying to think of something she played in. Kind of escapes me. I want to say the Robert Townsend show. I might be lying though. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's Debbie Morgan. But you niggas got gold. She just pull the movie up to see the character roll out. But you'll know if you around my age or a little younger or a little older, you'll recognize her. But she's Laney's art teacher. So they used a black woman as the teacher of Laney. They're trying to show you so many words that the black woman, i.e. the black race, because she represents the whole race. What they were trying to show you was that with this, by making her the teacher, they're trying to show you that we are the teachers of civilization. We are the mothers and fathers of civilization. We teach art. We taught them how to be artists to whatever degree they can be, artistry or whatever. And that's one thing about art. Music in particular, the power of unity that it conjures. You even hear the old saying, music tames the savage beast. Before white folks, they actually civilized them to the degree that they are now, I think we had to actually use music as a form of curtailing that savagery inside of them. That's where the phrase comes from. Music can tame the savage beast. But one thing I know about music is, you'll hear people say that too, like, well, music brings all people together. It doesn't discriminate, and that's right, because just look at hip hop. Hip hop is more the music. People from we had to point out where people from other races take the shit more serious than us. They don't give a fuck about no fucking race war and all that shit. See, I can't remember where in the Bible, but somewhere I read where it said, we will take your little ones, but as for you, we don't accept you. Now, the way I see that is, they were talking about white folks, but they were talking about, in so many words, the way I'm interpreting that is they're saying that old mentality of white folks has to go. Whether it's the savage caveman ways that they have, that those that still act out for those and having manicured themselves to a point to where they know how to carry themselves as close as they can to the black man in his original state, or the original man, not the fucked up nigga that they created or they had a part in creating, but being cultured to the point to where they can carry themselves in a manner to where they can at least walk amongst us as civilized as they could be. That's the original mentality. Before they fuck racism and all that shit, when they was just straight up, they go at each other. You know, but the conditions that they were created and raised in plays a part in the plays a part in why they are the way they are. But fast forward from the caves and all that shit to the whole pseudo white supremacy, racism, bigotry, chauvinistic white boy or white guys or whatever. Those guys, people that are against black folks and the rise, and because the rise of black folks is a prophetical spiritual rise. So everybody, the things that go against that or those things that are in opposition to that have to they have to get moped out. But when they say your youngins we will keep, what they're saying is your young generation, the motherfuckers who come up after, who don't believe in that pseudo white supremacy shit that you done program everybody, that you done program a lot of people, a considerable amount of your race to believe in over all these years, over these hundreds of years. The ones who broke the programming, the ones who say, you know what, fuck that. Which the ones who do the right thing, the smart thing, so you know what, these people are right. I might look like these people, but they're bullshit. These black people, they taught us everything. Whether for them, we wouldn't know shit. We love their music. We love the culture. We love hip hop. We're not gonna let our parents, and I mean this in the collective, they're basically saying we're not gonna let our older generations, or these older people with these worn out ideologies that really in the long run do us no good, we're not gonna let them control us, put us under their mind control no more. If black people are the gods and goddesses of the universe, then the best thing that white folks can do is follow them and understand that we are their mothers and fathers. And this new generation, is easier for them to do that because that garret of white supremacy and that it's just breaking down. The truth is coming out. Niggas is waking up. Niggas is finding out who they are. Niggas is finding out we the supreme ones. White folks are too. It's the information age, so they finding out. So you can sit over here and talk about this and white power and that shit all day. But them kids is over here reading the shit. They, just like a lot, they looking at niggas and like, nah, these niggas are the ones. We better, our best bet would be to get down with them or something, And they love the music, they love our culture. So when they say we keep your young, in so many words, what they're saying, we can relate to them, we can work with them, or we can't work with you motherfuckers that's still plotting subversively oppress us. We can't fuck with y'all. We gotta get rid of y'all. Y'all are the cancer. But as far as that new generation that's coming up, they understand who we are. They're more relatable. So when they say you're young, we will take in. So many words what they're saying is you're young, we will. Not literally taking them in, it's basically saying we're able to communicate with these people. We're able to work with them because they actually pay homage and got love for niggas or whatever. I don't know how the fuck I end up there. But anyway, let me get back to you. But anyway, I don't know how I got there, but so anyway, they in the class, Laney's painting a picture. Now if you look at the picture, it almost like an Aztec head or something. So she's drawing a picture, she's painting. When she finished the painting, and she stepped back and she said, she looked at the picture. She's, you gotta look at her eye. She fired up about it. She's like, yeah, this represents the. She said, But the teacher walked up beside her, and she said, "You know that ride in Mogadal, and whatever she said, whatever that place was." The teacher was like, "Yeah." She said, "This represents the pain of that." And she was looking at it like she really into it. You know, she got her glasses on and shit, little pointy nose. That's another thing about her. She's little, slim body, but just the smallest that represents the smallest point of the unseen real. Or just like when you look at Series B, which is one of the things she represents. But Series B is a small, compressed, compact, dense star. So her smallness and her slimness and her littleness, like look at that part when she's looking at the board, you can see how she looks like a little kid, even though she's young, but she's a senior in high school though, but she looks like damn it like, at least in this scene, it looked like it took them a year or two to shoot the movie or something, because she looked real young in that scene for some reason, but she looking at it, she's like, yeah. So her teacher says, she's like, yeah, this represents the pain of that riot. Her teacher says, well, which part of it represents you? So the word is trying to tell her that's another way of referring to the oneness of everything. Being able to see yourself in things that appear to be separate. That's how you more so better understand the concept of we are one or one love or whatever. The one is everything is one, although we all separate, or we are what's the word I'm looking for? We're in the apparent scheme of things, we're all separate. But that separation is really an illusion because we're all connected through the underlying spirit of it all. Or you just look at air, we all breathe the same goddamn air. So we all represent different levels of creation and different hierarchies of creation. But we are one. We're all different attributes of the one whole. So yeah. Now, she says that after the teacher says what she says, she walks off. Now, after that, two of her lady classmates walk up behind her. Now they coming to fuck with her. They on some bully shit. So now this is where you find out what lady represents. So they walk up behind her and they like, lady, you know, we were just talking about how dark you are, man. You're dark. You know, they being sarcastic, like you really dark. And she's like, you're real dark. And the other girl was like, it was two of them. I don't know who the other. One chick, her name was Misty. The mist, which refers to when the light was rising to the top, water was being evaporated from out of the melanin, creating a mist. So her name's Misty, and she was like, yeah, me and cause her name was me. I don't know the other girl name. She was like, me and such and such were just talking about how dark you was, and then the other girl was like, yeah, darkness rocks, and she was like, yeah, we were just admiring how you're not afraid to be dark. They're saying now what that means, if they try to say it, is what I've been telling y'all this whole time. She's dark. She represents the feminine energy, the darkness. He's like darkness rocks, the dark rock, the earth, the black rock, the dark rock, the melanin, the oil within the rock of the earth, the darkness, the melanin that is used as the foundation to create the underworld of the inner world of the earth. A rock, darkness Miss Rocks. So then they tell her, we was just talking and we was talking over break or some shit. And she was like, we was talking about how a lot of the great artists only posthumously respected and celebrated. Meaning, she was saying, basically what that mean is, they was talking about how most artists, or a lot of artists, don't really get the respect they deserve, or the accolades they deserve till after they die. Sound familiar yet? I'm gonna let y'all think of that. Sound familiar yet? What they allude to? What you say about these niggas that be dying? Pac and everybody. What happened? Oh, they even went to a higher stratosphere after they died because people love their heroes dead and in jail and shit. You niggas, you let a live nigga come right in front of you who's right here with you, and your little pride won't let you take your hat off or tip your hat. But a nigga died, yeah, he was the greatest. Oh, he was the fucking greatest, and you ain't give a fuck about it. Yeah, you ain't care about it until a nigga died. These niggas gotta die for y'all. But anyway, I'm just talking about the rap shit. But they shoot the shot at her. So like, so you know what we was thinking? They told her you ought to kill yourself. And then the other one was like, think about it, and then they walked out laughing or whatever. So she just sitting there like, fucking bitches. But now on one hand you looking at that, and that's on the surface level, that's some mean girl shit. But what they was trying to, like I say, the jewels be hidden in the vulgar type shit. So what they was trying to say is what she actually ended up doing anyway. Not literally killing herself, but this whole movie is about her making a transformation, and a part of that transformation is killing the old self or coming out of the old self and into a new self, transforming into a new version of who you are, and killing the old version off or whatever, symbolically. So that's why they said that. So on one hand you looking like, oh, that's some fucked up shit to tell somebody, that's mean, which it is. But when you looking at the occult, when you look at it through an occult lens and you see where they coming from when they say that, you know that they telling her she's the she's the ultimate representation of the feminine energy in this movie. They telling her kill yourself. There's so many words. Translation, transform. Now when they saying it on the surface level, you know, they on some mean shit saying it like telling her to kill herself. But ultimately what they're saying is transform. So they do that shit, they walk off laughing or whatever. So she like, fuck it, whatever. So okay. Boom. Alright. Now, after that, flash forward back to Zach and Zach and the boys. So when they flash over to back to the scene with Zach and them, Taylor and Brock are kissing. Now Taylor got her back to Zach, and Brock is facing Zach. So they kissing, and then while they kissing, you kind of break away from the kiss and look over Taylor's shoulder, and he see he lock eyes with Zach, and he was like, "Hey man, what's going on?" Like when he look at him, he looking at him like, "Hey man, what's going on?" You know, he's speaking, not not trying to be funny or nothing, but the way he's speaking, you wouldn't even, I don't even think he even knew who Zach was. He didn't even know that was her ex-dude or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He was just like being friendly. Like he kissed me, he looked up like, oh hey man, what's going on, bro? How you doing? He went back to kiss me. But he wasn't really trying. It wasn't like he was taunting him or no shit like that. He was just not really speaking to the nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say you gotta pay attention to that nigga character, to Brock character. So Zach, the nigga speak to Zach like, hey, how you doing, man? Woo, woo. Zach kept it player. See, it's a real player right here. That's why I like Zach. Zach's a player. Zach say, who the fuck she think she is? He ain't look at the nigga, this right in the same scene, he ain't look at the nigga like, bitch ass nigga, blah, blah, blah. They were real players do. Don't check the pimp player, check the hoe. You know what I'm saying? He like, fuck this bitch think she is. It's a 20,000 women on this campus. I can bump uglies with up any one of them. See, now that's the ego flaring up. You know what I'm saying? She fired his ego up. So he's like, I can bump monkeys with any one of them. So here come Dean. Now this is like the tempter right here. That, you know, it would kind of like that whole Jesus on the mountain with the devil shit. It's kind of like that right there. So here come Dean. Like Dean's a dick hustler. And when I say that, I mean he's a, you know, you worry about the neck, we'll get there. But so he tells him, so he like a bump bucket who she ain't nobody. So Dean was like, come on man, that's Taylor. All the girls wanna be her and all the dudes wanna do her. Blah 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 blah. So nigga Zach was like, man, look, I know the bitch. Take the makeup off, strip all that bullshit away, you got a normal hoe. So many words we told her. This bitch ain't nothing. So many words we trying to say she's a shell, she's an empty. And if the shit that I say when I'm breaking down this shit in the beginning, it has verification in the end of the movie. So just like right now I'm telling you how he trying to basically so many words tell this nigga she a shell, he gonna say something else at the end of the movie to confirm that. But so anyway, so he was like, man, so he was like, man, you strip her down, she ain't never a regular chick. So long story short, this is where the temper thing come in at. They make a bet. That was like, I can take any girl and make her the prom queen, because this way we talking about the prom and shit. So he was like, I can take any girl and make her the prom queen. Ooh. So him and Paul, Dean fucking with him. So they kind of like not arguing, but he teasing them. They going back and forth because Usher in the movie too. He's the school DJ. So when they walking through the school after the breakup, Usher get to fucking with him. Usher throw shade on him. He was like, I know somebody's feeling the loss or some shit he said, and but he was talking about Zach and Taylor. So Preston was like, oh man, don't even worry about it. Nobody even know he talking about you. And then he was like, hang in there, Zach. But don't kill you, make you stronger. So he put the nigga on blast. Dean started fucking with him and shit. So that's when his ego started riling up. So Dean was like, he's like, yeah, I can take any girl and make her a prom queen. Woo, woo. So Dean was like, I feel like for one, Preston, before they even start getting too deep, Preston, see now we got to talk about, I don't want to forget about Preston character. Preston. Now Preston is the black dude. Now I saw one lecture where Bobby Hemmett was saying how he was talking about how black people was the moral authority, and we was anytime white folks or the system or whatever you want to call it wanted to push something to get black people to do it, and then everybody else to do it or whatever. But when we say we was the moral authority, it only makes sense because we the mother and father of civilization. So even though these people got to a point to where they started running the planet, they knew the only reason they was running this shit is because they put us to sleep and they learned all that shit from us. So after slavery, we start gradually waking up. Although they may have been putting foot to a nigga's ass, they already knew when it comes to morality that black people are the most moral because we taught them morality. We taught them how to be civilized, and look what they done. Still chain whip niggas and shit. So when it so as America began to develop or whatever, when it came to morality, black people would look, and it's just common sense. Look at it. We was going to get fire hoses, put on our ass, dogs. We shall overcome fighting and shit. So the moral authority is obvious. So I understood what Bobby was saying when he said that. But what he was trying to say was it's like they'll get a nigga to co-sign something because they know if a nigga co-sign it, it'll make it easier for everybody else to go along with. The black people co-sign because they know subconsciously they know that we the mother and father of civilization. So so when you look at Preston, he represents that moral authority, and I'm gonna show you why. Before they even got to the betting stage, right before they got to they was getting ready to make the bet, because Zach said he can make any girl prom queen, and then Paul was like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, and Preston was like, all right now everybody has a big Jimmy. Pause. So what he was trying to say then, he was trying to come between them. In so many words, he was trying to tell them, all right, man, let's stop having a goddamn dick length contest. A pissing match. This is bullshit. He trying to tell them, hey, man, y'all taking this shit. It's getting out of hand. But when he said, why he say that, he like, Zach right here, Paul right here, he in the middle. So he coming between them, was trying to come in between, like, all right, man, everybody has a big Jimmy now, pause. But, so let's just, and right when he said that, they kind of like blocked them out and looked at each other eye to eye, was like, bet. No, Paul Walker was like, yeah, I feel a bet coming on, well, let's bet. So, Paul, he stuck his hand out, and then, Zach stuck his hand out, and they shook. He was like, what's the terms of the bet? But pay attention to the way he say terms. He say, just let me know the terms. He don't say terms, he say Tims. He said with the R missing. Now go back to the beginning when I told you that the L was missing from the pool. L and R in Egypt are interchangeable. So now that's gonna be key later on in the movie. But that's what I'm saying, because the L and the R, because even when you look at Laney's name, Laney, Laney, if you take the L and place with the R, it's rainy. And what I told you this movie is about, water. Wait till the end, you'll see. So so he said, what's the terms? But when you listen to what he said, what's the terms? But it sounds like the nigga say, what's the Tims? Or some shit like that. And he was like, they didn't say the terms right then and there. Well, he broke it down. He was like, well, you know what? No, when that's another thing too. With Dean, where they show you a sign of jealousy. when Preston was trying to like keep the niggas from going too far with the bet sheet, he was like, "Nah, man, this guy think he can do anything." Go back to the beginning of the movie where I say that song, what song playing, what they saying in that song that was playing when the credits was rolling. You walk this earth like you're a god. Keep that in mind. So this is just a little smidgen of a sign of the hater inside of Dean, the jealous brother, so he's like, this guy thinks he can do anything. That's big. So he was like, well, what's the terms? He was like, I gotta pick the girl. I ain't gonna let you make it easy on yourself. I'm a picker. So they start looking around for girls and shit. And show you know, here come Lainey. Glasses on, hair in the ponytail, got a art stuff on her, got a little art apron. Then the apron, when she coming up the stairs, when you look at it, it look like it's a camouflage apron. It look like it's camouflage, but it's really not. With the paint, the way all the paint is on an apron, it makes it look almost as if it's camouflage. But she coming up the stairs and she tripped and fall while she was coming up the stairs. And they sitting there watching her. So Dean was like, I think we have our girl. And when Zach seen who he was talking about, he was like, oh hell no, not Lainey, boy. And he started trying to walk off with something. Dean grabbed like, no. He was like, nah man, anybody but her. He was like, no, Lainey. So she falls. So when she fall, mind you, one of the things that this story is about is the fall of the soul into the physical. Her fall is going to be actually her coming out of her shell to interact with these humans. Because she's already the goddess when she's reclusive and hiding the light. But bringing the light out of the darkness by her becoming more social. Her becoming more social is also her becoming more human. That's why she starts to interact with more humans, going to parties and all that shit. She's becoming she's going from she's a god that's really starting to step out and experience more of the human part. She falls right there, picks up all her stuff. So they not really made the bet. Yeah, they made the bet. So he can't take it back. So he gotta do it. He gotta go get up and find a way to connect with Lainey. Which is gonna be hard because he's from the cool kid side of things. She's from the quiet little girl with the glasses, quote unquote geeky side of things or whatever. So he has a battle on his hands. So after he said Lainey whatever. Now after that part, they started like laughing and joking whatever. They try to include. At first they tried to block, they were just not saying that they were like, oh, get away from her, but they were so engaged and locked eyes with each other. When you see that part and lock eyes, they represent the battle coming on. They looking in each other's eyes. And after they make the bet, he picked Lainey or whatever. They start back laughing and talking, but now they try to include Preston in the shit after they made the bet. or they trying to, you know, dap him up like, yeah. That nigga step back like, hell no. That nigga say, nah, man. You start laughing and looking at the nigga like, yeah. He said, that's between you guys. And you start laughing. He's supposed to, what a nigga's supposed to do. Step back on that wall, put it back against that wall, and just start looking at them niggas. So when you look at Preston is like that old. He's black. So first and foremost, just being black gives in comparison to white people, gives you a ancient presence because we are the original people of planet Earth. So when you look at them back against the wall and he's looking at them, it's almost like he's looking at his students or something like that. He just looking at them studying like, look at these two assholes on this bullshit. He knows some wrong shit to do. You know what I'm saying? You gonna go and seduce this girl or go and put her under the impressions that you have a genuine interest with her when the whole while you just want to win a bet. Now that's where Zach, who's predominantly of the Osiris template, partakes of his bad side or his set side by actually even letting Dean, who's the set character, tempt him to even get into this shit. You know what I'm saying? So the whole bet thing is the set. Not just Dean, but so when you look at a movie, you got characters that can represent set, but the problem itself. So if it's a story about a man trying to get a woman back or a woman trying to get a man back, all the things that's making that harder, the reason he lost her, as well as the all the things that are making it hard for that protagonist to carry out his agenda would be considered the set or whatever, or set energy or whatever. So shit. So yeah. Just look at how he bagged up off them niggas. At first he was trying to tell them, alright, chill out. Then they went too far. Once they went too far, what that nigga do? He stepped back and said, nah man, it's between y'all. Cause he knew it was some bullshit. Cause why? He's the moral authority. A little bit more about his character. He's one of the rich kids. That's one thing I say. He's black, but he's one of the rich. He's one of the well-to-do kids. Like that whole clique, Gabriel Union, all of them, they was all bred or whatever, rich cool kids or whatever. Gabriel Union gonna show you she's gonna show you the moral authority of black people as well in the movie later on. But we'll get to that when we get there. So let me see. So they do that. Then after that, that's what it was. So after that, Zach goes and he approaches Lainey, and he trying to get in and chop it up with her. But she looking at this nigga like, oh man, this gotta be. You could tell her intuition was telling her, oh, it's ulterior motive. He's from a different social class. He's from the cool kids. What he's fucking with me for? He must want something. They don't fuck with me like that. You know how it is. Motherfucker don't fuck with you. Then all of a sudden they come out of motherfucker, you around all the time. Don't never say nothing till you don't fuck with you. And all of a sudden, hey, how you doing? You this bitch wants something. Same thing with her. That's why she was looking like, what the fuck this nigga want? And her brother came up on the scene, and he was like, "What's up, Spaz?" And my brother Simon was like, "Oh, he knows my name." And then Lane was like, "That's not your name. Let's go." She grab her stuff, grab him, and they walk off. And she leave that nigga right in front of everybody. So embarrassed him or whatever.
So he was gonna have to. He seen he had a tough cookie to crack open at that point. So let's see. Yeah, that's right. Dean tell her every girl wants to be a. You talking about Taylor? Every girl wants to be a. Every guy wants to nail her. Zach tells him strip the makeup in the C cups, and basically have a basic bitch or whatever. Yeah, Paul Walker tells him he classic hater shit. Oh, this guy thinks he can do anything. He tells that to Zach. Okay, yeah. He says everybody has a Preston, like everybody has a big G, he gets left hanging. I just told y'all all that or whatever. They left him. I'm just giving you a recap. I'll break this one down, and then I'm gonna have to continue this tomorrow. I'll put this one up and then crank up the next one for y'all niggas. Okay, let's see. Now here's another jewel in the movie. Your boy Flex Alexander. A lot of y'all, well, you my age or older or a little younger, you know who Flex is. He had the show with, we know him from like movies and shit before all that, but one of his major things was him and Kyla Pratt had the show 101. Flex, Shanice Man. I said, I love your smile. I probably don't even know who Shanice is, a lot of you youngsters. Shanice had a bad motherfucker that smile. Classic shit. I ain't never even think I ever heard another song by Shanice. That's over there, classic. But Flex, so they showing Brock on The Real World. Brock is one of the house guests or one of the people staying in the house. Flex is in there, and there's another white girl in there with him. So Brock is sitting on the couch Indian style. Flex is looking down on him. Brock farts and starts waving the smell in the air like, oh, come on, man, it smells like flour. He's a goofy. So Flex was like, oh, I can't believe this. You disrespected me. And he said, you disrespected me and you disrespected Harmony. Flex is playing the African. He has on African garb. People go back to the motherland. He has the African garb on. Now this is back on the conscious shit. New age conscious type shit, but you know what I'm saying. So he says, you're disrespecting me, you disrespecting Harmony. Flex is representing the black man, the original man. Brock is a white dude, he's representing the white man who comes along and does what? Disrespects Harmony. That's what Set does. Set breaks things apart, right? But we're not speaking like Brock's character. It's not necessarily an antagonizing type of character. But what they're trying to show you is him fart in the air represents the pollution of air. That's why they had Flex dressed like the African. In so many words, Flex represented black people telling the white dude, the white man who was new on the scene, hey, you're fucking up. You're polluting the air. You're disrespecting Harmony. You disrespected me and you disrespected Harmony. So that was another, connect that to what I was telling you in the beginning about what Laney said, there's kids in Mexico already here working for corporate America, blah, blah, blah. There go another key point to that, where he was like, basically trying to tell this nigga, basically so many words, Brock farting and putting gas in the air represented what white people or the system
through all their all the shit they be doing, how they pollute the air, and they need the nigga or the black man, i.e. the African or the black man, flex to check him and tell him, hey. And he's like, oh man, you know, he's in goofy, he don't be in the home, but he's in goofy mode. Oh man, it smells like this Brock. He's like, oh, it smells like flowers or roses or some shit. And Flex was like, you disrespecting me? You're disrespecting harmony. You're disrespecting harmony. So that was basically the black man telling the white man, hey man, you fucking the air up, you're polluting, you're fucking the planet up. Don't worry, we got more shit to back that up. I know you like, oh, he's just speculating. Just keep watching. So, all right, that happened, and then now you have the scene where it's Zach and Mac. Zach and Mac. Zam, jam, wham, bam. Thank you, motherfucking ma'am. Zach. So, Zach and Mackenzie, Zach's sister. Well, Mackenzie is Zach's sister. So, they sitting there talking and shit. They got a cool relationship. I like their little relationship. Now, Mackenzie, oh man, look at how this shit be coming together. Look. Now, what Jesse is to Laney, which is that Anubis figure who helps her, he's the guy, that's what Mackenzie is to Zach. That's his counterpart. So, that's his the yin to Zach's yang is his sister, and the yang to Laney's yin is Jesse. Now Jesse and Mackenzie, they're gonna link up later on in the movie. Jesse and Mackenzie, jam. Remember that. Going somewhere with that. But to go back to Mackenzie, Mackenzie would be a female version of Anubis, Anpu or something like that. But she would be a female version of Anubis because she's helping him. Because the conversation they're having is he's trying to figure out how to get close to Laney, and she telling him, or she giving him, like she was like, well, so many words she telling him, you so used to women coming on to you don't know how to, you don't. She said you so used to being a bitch magnet, or I know she said something like, I know you a bitch magnet, but in so many words, I'm paraphrasing, but in so many words, what she was trying to tell that nigga is, you've gotten so used to women just coming to you, you don't know how to go out there and get them no more, because you're so used to them just giving themselves to you. You never have to work for it. That's what she was trying to tell. She told nigga, you might ever thought about putting in a little effort. Basically, what she told him. Find out what she likes is what Mackenzie tells him. Now her name is Mackenzie. She's an Anubis, female Anubis, a bitch, a female dog, like one of his guide, his helper, his guide through the darkness. She's gonna help him. She's gonna use her feminine energy to help him, to lead him to Laney. And Laney is going to use, without even trying, but Jesse is going to be the Anubis for her, which helps her find Zach, or helps them connect, to put it like that. You'll see what I mean later on. So, after that, the next scene is Gabriel Union and Taylor and them all walking down the street. And Gabriel Union had a bag. One of her shopping bags had a black face and a white face on it. I don't know. I just put that down. Maybe you can get something out of it, but the clique is black and white because it's Taylor, then you got Lil' Kim, Gabrielle Union, and then you got the other chick who was possibly could be black, but looks like a white girl. And I break that down. Yeah, I'm gonna stop saying it and just get to it. I know y'all like this nigga. Just keep on saying we'll get to that part. I'll just start getting to it instead of saying that. But but while they walking, Taylor is talking about how all the people, all her family members in her past who was prom queen. So about it's her destiny to be a prom queen, fulfill her legacy. Like this is just some real shit, bitch. By the time school start next year, I don't give a fuck about you and your prom. But she talking like this shit is like some real shit. Like my mama was prom queen, and my auntie and my other auntie would have been if it wasn't for this. But I got it in my blood. I'm like, bitch, that's what you want to be. That's your main goal in life, like a fucking prom queen. Sad day in the mirror for her. But I think I'm gonna start this one. I'm gonna make a part 2 to this video, and I'm gonna start right here. But I'm gonna take my ass to sleep for right now. But I will finish this up where I started at tomorrow. So y'all niggas be ready. But I probably 9 times out of 10 I'm gonna put this up and then record the rest of it and then put that up. I might put them at the same time, I don't tell them, but trust me, we got more shit to come. So I'm gonna give me some rest. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna spit fire water on y'all. Y'all niggas be easy out there. Peace.